Nila's uncle, who's a Tamil, who was a Tamil when he was alive, and basically he did something exceptional because of the injustices that they actually were subjected to in Sri Lanka. To cut a long story short, they were actually burning temples and destroying religious places, stopping children from going to school and interfering with their society. So Nila's uncle actually made a great act of sacrifice. He sacrificed his own life for humanity and for justice and for the Tamil community. So this day is Nila's first event, and we all need to remember this is her first event, and we all need to support each other as a multicultural group of people together, because in most organizations we don't share this space together. We tend to stay within our own communities. So this is an opportunity for us all today to meet together from different cultures, from different countries, so that we can all share this space and share our voices for peace.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for coming today. I don't know what I have to say. So we have sacrificed a lot, almost 150 years. This is my uncle. He has sacrificed his life for our own community. Still we are fighting. Now we try to change the version, trying to do accountability, dignity. We are asking the international community, and we are trying to explain our problems so you could be able to understand what happened for Elam Tamils who lived in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is a very beautiful island, and it is in Indian Ocean. It used to be said like pearl of Indian Ocean. So that's the reason why we are suffering till today. So today we just asked to come our people. We are working for people-centric. We are looking the policies, we are looking the collaboration because of our people, peace. That's the reason we mark the name is Voices for Peace and Harmony. So everyone love peace. So we, as Elam Tamils, we love peace. So please, listen our voice, give your hands, work together with us because of Indian Ocean peace and world peace. Thank you so much.
As Nicola and Nila said, we are all good-hearted people. We need peace. Everyone wanted to make small changes among every community and for the world. இன்றைக்கு மிக முக்கியமான நாள் ஜூலை 5ஆம் தேதி. எல்லோருக்கும் தெரியும் இந்த நாள் ஈழத்தமிழ் இன மக்கள் மத்தியில் மிக முக்கியமான நாள். அந்த நாளை ஒரு சமாதானத்தின் உறவுகளை கடந்து உலகிற்கு சமாதானத்தை சொல்லுவதற்கான ஒரு நாளாக இந்த நாளை ஸ்மால் டிராப்ஸ் நிலா மற்றும் எங்களுடைய ஈழத்தமிழ் இனத்திலிருந்து அந்த செய்தியை கொண்டு செல்வதற்காக சர்வதேச அளவிலான அனைவரையும் ஒருங்கிணைத்து பல்கலாச்சாரம், பல் சமூகம், சர்வதேச இணைப்புகளோடு இணைந்ததான செய்திகளை கொண்டு சேர்ப்பதற்கான பெரும் முயற்சியை இன்று எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த முயற்சிக்கு நிறையவே ஆதரவு எங்கள் தமிழ் சமூகத்தினிடமிருந்து கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்பது பெரும் எதிர்பார்ப்பு. தனியாக நாங்கள் நின்று எங்களுடைய குரலை ஒலிப்பதை கடந்து அனைத்து சமூகமாகவும் இணைந்து உலகத்திற்கு செய்தி சொல்ல வேண்டிய காலத்தை நோக்கி நகர்கின்றோம் என்பதற்கான பெரும் முயற்சியில் நிலாவினுடைய முயற்சி இருக்கின்றது. நிலா மாத்திரமல்ல, ஸ்மால் டிராப்ஸ் என்ற அமைப்பு கூடாக பலருடைய இணைவு இருக்கின்றது. அந்த இணைவு கூடாக பல செய்திகளை சொல்வதற்கு உங்களுடைய பங்களிப்பை நீங்கள் கொடுத்திருக்கிறீர்கள். மிக்க நன்றியோடு நாங்கள் நிகழ்வுகளை ஆரம்பிக்கின்றோம். ஆரம்பிக்கும் முகமாக விளக்கேற்றும் வாய்வம் மங்கள விளக்கேற்றி எங்களுடைய நிகழ்வை ஆரம்பிக்க இருக்கின்றோம்.
I would like to invite for this விளக்கேற்றல், like lightning. Dr. Timothy, please welcome for the lightning. So you have to do the lights over there. Oh. Sorry, it's down there. And I would like to invite Jogi Anna and also Rajalingam Maya. Please welcome. Krish, please welcome. If you want to invite someone. If you want to invite. Tibakaran Tiarajaja, please welcome. Stephanie, please welcome. Lona Masha, please welcome. Thank you. Dr. Kamal Tauri, please welcome. Give her wishes for us. Please give her wishes for us. Dr. Kamal Tauri is working with Government of India from 1968. He wrote more than 15 books for the peace, and so he's such a wonderful person. Is a wishing to us. He's going to sing. If you can sing a song for us as the pray song, can you do it?
We will start with the common prayer songs and அருட்சுடர் போற்றி அறச்சுடர் போற்றி அருட்சுடர் போற்றி அறச்சுடர் போற்றி. Everyone stand up and you can repeat when I say. அருட்சுடர் போற்றி அறச்சுடர் போற்றி அருட்சுடர் போற்றி அறச்சுடர் போற்றி. அன்பெனும் அமுத சுடரே போற்றி அன்பெனும் அமுத சுடரே போற்றி. பொதுச்சுடர் போற்றி பொருட்சுடர் போற்றி பொதுச்சுடர் போற்றி பொருட்சுடர் போற்றி. பொய்யில்லா பொலிவு சுடரே போற்றி பொய்யில்லா பொலிவு சுடரே போற்றி. ஒரு சுடர் போற்றி ஒளிச்சுடர் போற்றி ஒரு சுடர் போற்றி ஒளிச்சுடர் போற்றி. ஒப்புமையோதா சுடரே போற்றி ஒப்புமையோதா சுடரே போற்றி. திருச்சுடரே சுடர் போற்றி தினை சுடர் போற்றி திருச்சுடர் போற்றி தினை சுடர் போற்றி தித்திக்கும் சுடரிலா சுடரே போற்றி போற்றி. நன்றி.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You can go and sit now. Thank you so much, everyone. So 3 minutes welcome speech.
For the blessing speech.
Blessing speech. Yeah, please.
May I speak later?
This is our blessing speech.
Vanakkam to all. I am now in Chennai. After my retirement from the government of India, I stay in Panchagavya Vidyapitham. This is near Kanchipuram. It's about 1 hour from airport, Chennai. So first of all, I am so grateful to our dear sister for giving this opportunity of interacting with you. So I will request to keep in mind, if you can come to Chennai, we'll be very happy to entertain you, discuss with you in Panchagavya Vidyapitham. We have nice, simple, rural type of infrastructure, surrounded by biodiversity, local cows, and health. So while thanking you very much, I request, like I was discussing with our counselor, who is now 80, we are the same age, that the challenges of democracy. So later on I will mention about the rich heritage of Tamil Nadu. I was in a temple, Shiva Eka Lingam temple in Chennai. It is about 3,000 years old temple. So I thought all over the world, wherever Tamil people are there, the people who carry the tradition of religion, lifestyle, family, values, culture, they should be really on a common platform fighting for injustice, tyranny, and cruelty. So I will request all of you to kindly open your heart, open your vision, and let us work together how global platform can be created from here, from London. This 5th July program, we could come out with a common agenda, action plan, where whether we are 80, 90, 60, 50, 40, unemployed, volunteer, wanting to do something for the fulfillment of the God's life He has given us. So I will share with you little later on my plan of action, because I thought the Chola destiny, the Chola dynasty, which are so much culture, art, dance, drama, war, fighting, defense, science, medicine, the Siddha medicine. I don't know how many of you know, because we are working with Panchagavya and Siddha and Ayurveda and naturopathy for happy, healthy, wealthy, prosperous and helpful society. So with this background, I thank you all again, wish you all the best. Just one last request on behalf of our Dr. Raj. Dr. Raj, can you please? He is a product of Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai. So I really felt, because I was also trained in this thing, George, this is, there is an army center there nearby. So I was in army. So I remember, he's also 80, I'm also 80. He was also educated in Chennai. I was also trained in Chennai, and I'm still working in Chennai. But we would like you to take more interest in our challenges, bring one world together, ultimately for peace, happiness, and contentment, which I think this digitalized world offers golden opportunity. So thank you very much. I'm so grateful to you again. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamal Tauri. So I would like to invite that welcome dance. Sir, please welcome with your students.
இப்பொழுது நிக்ஷன் நாட்டிய கலைஞர் நிக்ஷன் அவர்களையும் அவர்களோட மாணவர்களையும் வரவேற்று நடனத்தை வழங்குவதற்காக அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம். வரேன்.
Thank you. Please clap your hands, then they will be happy.
ராஜகோபுரம் எங்கள் தலைவன், மாறெங்கும் புகழ்கின்ற எங்கள் தலைவன், தடை நீக்கி வழிகாட்டும் தலைவன், வந்த பகை வென்று முடிகொண்ட தலைவன். ராஜகோபுரம் எங்கள் தலைவன், மாறெங்கும் புகழ்கின்ற எங்கள் தலைவன். கொண்ட தலைவன் ராஜகோபுரம் எங்கள் தலைவன் பாரெங்கும் புகழ்கின்ற எங்கள் தலைவன் ராஜகோபுரம் எங்கள் தலைவன் பாரெங்கும் புகழ்கின்ற எங்கள் தலைவன் பகைவரின் புகை எரித்தவந்தே போயாது உழைத்திடும் அலையாகும் கடலே தமிழீழம் தன்னை நோக்கி விரைகின்ற படகே போயாது உழைத்திடும் அலையாகும் கடலே தமிழீழம் தன்னை நோக்கி விரைகின்ற படகே ராஜகோபுரம் எங்கள் தலைவன் பாரெங்கும் புகழ்கின்ற எங்கள் தலைவன் தடை நீக்கி வழிகாட்டும் தலைவன் அந்த பகை வென்று முடிகொண்ட தலைவன் ராஜகோபுரம் எங்கள் தலைவன் ஆரெங்கும் புகழ்கின்ற எங்கள் தலைவன் ராஜகோபுரம் எங்கள் தலைவன் ஆரெங்கும் புகழ்கின்ற எங்கள் தலைவன்.
I don't know about you, sorry, but I thought that was amazing. My tears are coming down my eyes. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you. That was just absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much, Nikshan. மற்றும் அன்பான அழகான நாட்டிய மணிகள் இணைந்து அற்புதமான ஆரம்பம். ராஜகோபுரம் எங்கள் தலைவன், எப்பொழுதுமே ஈழத்தமிழ் மக்கள் மத்தியின் மனதுகளில் நிலைத்து நிற்கின்ற ராஜகோபுரம் எங்கள் தலைவனுடைய புகழோடு இன்றைய நிகழ்வினுடைய ஆரம்ப நடனம் அமைந்திருந்தது. நாங்கள் இப்பொழுது அடுத்த நிகழ்வுக்கு செல்ல இருக்கின்றோம். நோவா ரஜினி பரதநாட்டியம் நடனத்தை நிகழ்த்துவதற்காக அவர்களை அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Noah, this is yours. And this particular song that Noah is doing, dance, is one I've been waiting for. I've been playing it at home all
right.
week.
Noah, Ragini, are you ready now? Yeah. Solo one, yes. No, they are coming. Let's all put our hands together for Noah to watch his beautiful dance.
தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன், தாயே உன்னை வணங்கி நெருப்பாய் எழுகின்றேன். தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன், தாயே உன்னை வணங்கி நெருப்பாய் எழுகின்றேன். தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன். நிமிர்வோடு நீ வாழ புயலாய் வெடிப்பேன். திமிரோடு உனை மோதும் கொடியோரை முடிப்பேன். நிமிர்வோடு நீ வாழ புயலாய் வெடிப்பேன். திமிரோடு உனை மோதும் கொடியோரை முடிப்பேன். தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன். தாயே உன்னை வணங்கி நெருப்பாய் எழுகின்றேன். தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன். ஈழத்தில் சிங்களம், தமிழ்நாட்டில் இந்தி. ஏங்கி நின்றாயம்மா நீ கண்ணீர் சிந்தி. ஈழத்தில் சிங்களம், தமிழ்நாட்டில் இந்தி. ஏங்கி நின்றாயம்மா நீ கண்ணீர் சிந்தி. வாழத் துடிக்கின்றாய் பகை மோதி உடைப்பேன். வருந்தாதே தாயே உன் துயரம் துடைப்பேன். வாழத் துடிக்கின்றாய் பகை மோதி உடைப்பேன். வருந்தாதே தாயே உன் துயரம் துடைப்பேன். தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன். தாயே உன்னை வணங்கி நெருப்பாய் எழுகின்றேன். தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன். கோயிலில் வடமொழி, பாட்டில் தெலுங்கு. கொஞ்சமா தாயே உன் கையில் விலங்கு. கோயிலில் வடமொழி, பாட்டில் தெலுங்கு. கொஞ்சமா தாயே உன் கையில் விலங்கு. வாயெல்லாம் ஆங்கிலம், வளைந்ததும் சிறப்பு. வருந்தாதே அம்மா நான் மூட்டுவேன் நெருப்பு. வாயெல்லாம் ஆங்கிலம், வளைந்ததும் சிறப்பு. வருந்தாதே அம்மா நான் மூட்டுவேன் நெருப்பு. தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன். என் தாயே உன்னை வணங்கி நெருப்பாய் எழுகின்றேன். தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன். இயலிசை கூத்தாகி இருந்தேன் நான் இருந்தேன். இன்னுயிர் தமிழே நீ வாழ நான் பிறந்தேன். இயலிசை கூத்தாகி இருந்தேன் நான் இருந்தேன். இன்னுயிர் தமிழே நீ வாழ நான் பிறந்தேன். அயல் மொழி கலப்பாரை புறந்தள்ளி வைப்பேன். அம்மாவும் பகைவர்க்கு நான் கொள்ளி வைப்பேன். அயல் மொழி கலப்பாரை புறந்தள்ளி வைப்பேன். அம்மாவும் பகைவர்க்கு நான் கொள்ளி வைப்பேன். தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன். தாயே உன்னை வணங்கி நெருப்பாய் எழுகின்றேன். தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன். தாயே உன்னை வணங்கி நெருப்பாய் எழுகின்றேன். தமிழே உன்னை நான் தொழுகின்றேன்.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Noah. I've been playing this music all week at home, and my grandson was going, "Grandma, what are you playing?" I said, "Just you wait and see." That was amazing. Thank you.
அமேசிங் நோவா. எல்லோருடைய மனங்களையும் கொள்ளை கண்டு எல்லோருடைய உற்சாகமும் Tamilinudaiya, he praised for Tamil language. He danced and expressed through the dance to praise Tamil language and the culture. As we can bring the peace and harmony through art and culture. So artists, most of the artists and the peace lovers are here in this platform today to bring the peace together. We can have the hold to bring the peace, at least in small changes to the world. So thank you, Nova, for the beautiful dance. Once again, put your hands together for Nova once again. Let's move on to the next one.
And now it's actually Tara Nathan who's going to play for us. I've been looking forward to this as well.
Music, wordless, we can bring the peace inner and the world as well. Thank you, Tara. Hope you can all enjoy. Tara Nathan. Nathana. Sanmuganathan. That's the Sanmuganathan became Nathan.
Oh,
Yes.
right. Right.
So that's easy for you to pronounce it. He's the Sanmuganathan. He's the name behind her. Right, let's all listen Tara's music.
Well, thank you very much. Whoops, sorry. That was brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Our next presentation this afternoon is Columba Mia, who is an opera singer. We said we were going to give you some variety today, so...
Thank you, Nicola.
Sorry. I am check.
Good afternoon. My name is Columba Mia, and I bring a voice as well. I am here this afternoon because I represent people who live with dementia and have learning disabilities, autistic people, and I am a well-being coordinator for people also end of life. And in my role, I make sure till last day of their life, people have a voice and have dignity. I work for inclusion. I promote diversity, and I support people last day of their life, last minute of their life, and their families. And my voice today is representing lots of voices. Behind my voice, there are lots of voices. We bring harmony. I am teaching bel canto in a choir who is called, I'm the founder, and I called this choir Link Harmonies. So we bring a voice too. And God bless us all. And I will sing. I will sing a piece, a aria from Puccini, O mio babbino caro. O mio babbino caro, mi piace Sì, sì, ci voglio andare. E se God bless you. Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you, Columba Mia. What a voice of an angel you have. Absolutely incredible. So our next performers this afternoon, again, we have Noah and his partner dancing. So if you'd like to come forward. Yes.
ஒபேரா எல்லோருக்குமே நாங்கள் கேள்விப்பட்ட இந்த மியூசிக்கில் அவரோட வாய்ஸ் எப்படி நாங்கள் இருந்தது எல்லாரும் எங்களுடைய கொலம்பாட வாய்ஸுக்கு உங்களுடைய கைதட்டலை உற்சாகமாக கொடுத்தது. It's a beautiful voice, Columba. Really loved it. Angelic voice. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
தொடர்ச்சியாக நோவாவும் அவருடைய சகோதரியினுடைய நடனத்தை நாங்கள் இப்பொழுது பார்க்க இருக்கின்றோம். மீண்டும் இன்னும் ஒரு பாடல் உங்களுக்காக. எப்பொழுதுமே நாங்கள் உங்களுடைய நடனத்துக்கு எப்பொழுதுமே நிறைய ரசிகர்கள் எல்லா இடம் இருப்பார்கள். இன்றைய பீஸ் அண்ட் ஹார்மனி இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியிலும் உங்களுடைய ஆட்டம் களை கட்டும் சந்தோஷத்தை தரும். பாருங்கள்.
மின்சார பூவே பெண் பூவே மெய் தீண்ட வேண்டும் என்னோடு வாராய் என் ஆசையோசை கேளாய். மின்சார பூவே பெண் பூவே மெய் தீண்ட வேண்டும் என்னோடு வாராய் என் ஆசையோசை கேளாய். மாலையில் பொன்மானில் நான் துயில் கொள்ள வேண்டும் காலையில் கண்களில் நான் வெயில் காய வேண்டும். சகியே 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 என் இசைக்கும் ஆசைக்கும் பூசைக்கும் நீ வேண்டும். வண்ணமயிலேறும் என் தங்க வடிவேலோ கந்தன் உன்னை காண தினம் ஓடி வருவேனோ. செந்தமிழை காக்கும் வேல் செவல் கொடியானோ எண்ணி எண்ணி பாடும் என்னை கந்தன் அறிவானோ. தோளிலே பால் காவடி சுமந்து ஓடினேன் மேடு பாலங்கள் கடந்து ஆடினேன் அவன் ஆலயம் நுழைந்து பாடினேன் வடிவேலனை நினைத்து. தோளிலே பால் காவடி சுமந்து ஓடினேன் மேடு பாலங்கள் கடந்து ஆடினேன் அவன் ஆலயம் நுழைந்து பாடினேன் வடிவேலனை நினைத்து. தந்தைக்கு உபதேசம் செய்து சுவாமி மலை ஆள்பவன் நீ மாம்பழத்தில் கோபம் கொண்டு பழனி மலை ஆண்டவன் நீ பொங்கு கடலோரமாக செந்தூரிலே வாழ்பவன் நீ வள்ளி தேவயானையுடன் திருத்தணிகை நாயகன் நீ தனக்கொரு தனித்துவ படையென நிலம் என வன்மையில் எறியவன் முருகன் பாடங்கள் சொன்ன மகன் யாரும் என இல்லை என நதியற்று நாங்கள் அங்க ஆறுதல் அந்த மகன் முருகன் ஆறுதல் வென்ற மகன் வாயனை காக்கும் படிவேலையா நீன்றி வேறு துணை யாரையா யாரையா வாயனை காக்கும் படிவேலையா நீன்றி வேறு துணை யாரையா யாரையா முருகன் வளர்ந்த கதையும் திறனவ பொருள் மறந்ததில் வேல் சின்னந்தன்று கொடுத்த சிறையும் வள்ளி தெய்வ யானையுடனே காட்சி அருளும் தன்னிக்கைய நாயகன் உன்னை காணையில் இன்ன ஓட்டி மறையும் எந்தனையாளும் சுந்தரவேலும் சேவல் கொடியரும் செந்தமிழ் நாடும் கந்தனை பாடும் எந்தனி நாமும் பாடும் பொழுதொரு துன்பங்கள் கேட்கும் குமரனை கண்டதும் எனக்கு கவலை இல்லடா குன்றத்துக்கு குமரன் இல்லடா என்றைக்குமே முருகனை நான் மறந்ததில்லடா அண்டியடங்கா நான் கடம்புள்ளடா கடம்பன மறந்ததில்லடா மண்டியிட்டு மண்ணில் உள்ள என்ன விட்டதும் இல்லடா அஞ்சியடங்கா நான் இறக்க நல்லவா அருந்தமிழ் கிறுக்க நல்லவா ஆறுமுக நாளும் மண்ணில் வாழ தமிழ நல்லவா ஆக்கிற ஆறுதோருடன் காக்கிற கருணையின் வீழது ஐயனி பெண்ணிரு கைகளும் காக்கிற கடமையில் பாயுது குற்றம் ஒரு சற்றும் இனி தொட்டும் தொடராமல் என்னை காக்கும் கந்தா கடம்பா பழனி பதிவான் முருகா
நன்றி நோவா. நோவாவுடைய சிஸ்டர் என்ன பேருன்னு தெரியல பிள்ளைக்கு. சங்கவி. நன்றி நோவா, சங்கவி. Thank you so much for the beautiful dance. Do you like to say anything about that? She was crying all the time when they see the dance.
No, I was just going to, my hips were hurting just watching.
ரைட். இப்பொழுது நாங்கள் ஜூட், எல்லோருக்கும் தமிழ் சமூகத்திலே ஜூட்டை பற்றி தெரியாதவர்கள் இருக்க முடியாது. சிறப்பு குழந்தைகள் இப்பொழுது தங்களுடைய திறமைகளால் நிறையவே தடத்தை பதித்து தங்களுக்கு ஒரு முத்திரையை பெற்றிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த வகையில் ஜூட் இப்பொழுது உங்களுக்காக தன்னுடைய பாடல் ஒன்றை தர இருக்கிறார். எங்கே எங்களுடைய உற்சாகமான கரகோஷங்கள். லெட்ஸ் வெல்கம் ஜூட்.
The song is You Are Glowing. Hi Jude.
Why are you going on? I'm going to introduce. Hello everyone, my name is Jude and I'm 25 years old and this is the song. You're going to enjoy it anyway, so I'm going to sing Sapphire by Ed Sheeran and I hope you all enjoy it. I'm going to entertain you all. Ready for it? You're glowing, color than fracture the light, it can't help but shine. I know that you carry the world on your back, look at you tonight. The light, your face, your eyes exploding, the fire works in the sky. Sapphire touch on your body while it pushes on me. Don't you end the party, I can do this always. We be dancing in the morning, go to bed and wanna sleep. Jama, 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 sister, what I gotta give. Touching on your body while it pushes on me. Don't you end the party, I can do this always. We be dancing in the morning, go to bed and wanna sleep. Jama, 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 sister, what I gotta give. Look what we found. Mama reached out until our hearts can pull us to the feet now. You know the truth is, we can disappear everywhere as long as I could you there. When the sun dies, Sunday shines too. I'm with you. It's not been a time. You're my spring flower, watching me bloom well. You're surrounded, but I can always see the light. Your face, your eyes explode in love fire, burst in the sky. Don't put it on me. Don't you end the party? I can do this all week. We be dancing in the morning, go to bed and wouldn't sleep. Chama, 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 chikawada, gotta get touching on your body while they pushing on me. Don't you end the party? I can do this all week. We be dancing in the morning, go to bed and wouldn't sleep. Chama, 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 chikawada, gotta get. Come on, everybody, join in. You're glowing, taller than fracture the light. Look at you tonight. Chama, 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 kiss the water, touching on your body while you're pushing on me. Don't you end the party? I can do this all week. We be dancing in the morning, go to bed and wouldn't sleep. Chama, 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 sit the water, gotta get touching on your body while you're pushing on me. Don't you end the party? I can do this all week. We be dancing in the morning, go to bed and wouldn't sleep. Chama, 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 sit the water, gotta get the light. Your face, your eyes exploding like fire. Works in the sky, the light, your face, your eyes exploding like fire. Works in the sky, sapphire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jude.
You're welcome.
Once again, give a big applause for our Jude.
Thank you
For
so
the beautiful
much.
performance. Thank you, Jude. அடுத்ததாக நாங்கள் விஷ்ணுவும் சிறப்பான பாடகர், சிறப்பு குழந்தை
சித்தார்த் எல்லாம் ஸ்டடி பண்ணது. Hello everyone, I'm gonna sing James Bond. Are you ready? Sorry. Introduce yourself. Okay.
Your name is?
Vishnu.
And how old are you, Vishnu?
I'm turning 13 on August.
Wow.
Sorry.
No.
James Blunt, are you ready? You can join me, everyone, and you can clap.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, Ma. Again, makes her body older than it really is. She says it's high time she went away. No one's got much to say in this town. Come on, everybody, join in, clap. Trouble only way is down. As strong as you were, tender you go. I'm watching you breathe in for the last time. A song for your heart, but when it is quiet, I know what it means, and I'll carry you home. Everybody join me. If she had wings, she would fly away, and another day God city tonight. And someone's little girl was taken from the world tonight. Under the stars and stripes. As strong as you were, tender you go. I'm watching you breathing for the last time. A song for your heart, but when it is quiet, I know what it means and I'll carry you home. As strong as you were, tender you go. I'm watching you breathing for the last time. A song for your heart, but when it is quiet, I know what it means and I'll carry you home. I'll carry you home. Everyone scream louder! Thank you.
Oh, to have that confidence of youth, eh? Not to be deterred. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Song
And a
for
hand
your
applause.
hearts.
Yeah.
Song for your hearts.
Yeah.
For everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vishnu. Let's welcome Nidarshana now. They give another beautiful song. Careful, Nidarshana. How are you?
I am good.
Yes. Would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Nelson Turbrasinka. I am 19 years old. My birthday is on 10th of March 2007.
What you're going to sing today?
Continue.
That's a Tamil song with a good beat. You can dance, Sevan. Thank you, Nidarshana.
கொஞ்சம் நினைவு கொஞ்சம் நெருப்பு ஒன்று சேர்ந்தால் இந்த தேகம் கொஞ்சம் நஞ்சு கொஞ்சம் அமுதம் ஒன்றாக சேர்ந்தால் இந்த கண்கள் கொஞ்சம் மிருகம் கொஞ்சம் கருவம் ஒன்று சேர்ந்தால் இந்த நிஜம் சென்றலேகா கொஞ்சம் நிலவு கொஞ்சம் நெருப்பு ஒன்றாக சேர்ந்தால் இந்த தேகம் துடியுப்பில்ல சென்றால பூவுக்குள் முழுந்து குழியல்ல முழுந்து வேதாம கொஞ்சம் நிலவு கொஞ்சம் நெருப்பு ஒன்று சேர்ந்தால் இந்த தேகம் கொஞ்சம் நஞ்சு கொஞ்சம் அமுதம் ஒன்றாக சேர்ந்தால் இந்த கண்கள் கொஞ்சம் மிருகம் கொஞ்சம் கடவுள் ஒன்று சேர்ந்தால் இந்த நிமிஷம் சென்றலே கொஞ்சம் நிலவு கொஞ்சம் நெருப்பு ஒன்று சேர்ந்தால் இந்த தேகம் கொஞ்சம் நஞ்சு கொஞ்சம் அமுதம் ஒன்றாக சேர்ந்தால் இந்த கண்கள் கொஞ்சம் மிருகம் கொஞ்சம் கடவுள் ஒன்று சேர்ந்தால் நான் சென்றலே Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Wow, how do you hit those notes? And next this afternoon, Stephanie is going to bring us something a little bit different. Stephanie.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Stephanie. I am a yoga and meditation teacher and I come from France. And today I would like to do a very short yoga practice with you all because, first of all, I am deeply honored to be part of this group here today. You are all here trying to promote peace and harmony in the world. And for my journey, it has been for myself to find my inner peace. And I believe that the best way to promote peace is to actually find it within ourselves. So I'm going to invite you to join me with this very short yoga practice so that you can connect to your inner peace. Because I don't know if you've ever heard of this saying, we can't pour from an empty cup. So if you would like to all stand up. Great. At the back as well, I can see you. Everyone standing up. Nice. And now, first of all, I'm going to invite you to tune in within yourself. And to do this, to connect to your breath. Simply noticing your breath as it is. Noticing the air coming in as you breathe in and leaving you as you breathe out. Noticing the stillness that this brings. Already already noticing the peace settling within yourself with your breath. Noticing the silence in the room where peace can grow. Now I'm going to invite you to bring your hands to your heart center together, and we're going to use the breath to make some movements. We're going to breathe in, bringing the arms up, and breathe out, back down. Breathing in, breathing out, back to the heart center, using the rhythm of your breath. Again. Now you're going to need to be mindful of the chairs and the people around you. And here we are going to breathe in to begin. And then as we breathe out, we are going to bend forward. Go as low as you can. And then as you breathe in, coming back up. Don't worry about too many things at this time. Just enjoying this movement. If you don't want to go all the way down, you can also just come down here and come back up. We breathe in, we go up. We breathe out, we go down. And now for the last thing we are going to do, mind your neighbors. Breathing in, we open the arm out. Breathing out, we come slightly down forward here. And then we change arm. Breathing in with the next breath, up. Breathing out, down. Gentle movement with the breath. Breathing in, up. Breathing out, down. And one last time. Breathing in, up. Breathing out, down. Amazing. Now, whose shoulders hurt when you did this? We carry so much on the shoulders. These kinds of movements are so important. Just remember to keep mobile, to keep moving, and to keep spreading peace as you have been doing. Thank you. Okay. Now for something very different, I'm going to need some volunteers. I am going to be doing and teaching the people on stage a French folk dance in honor to Nila, who asked me to do this, and which I was not expecting to ever do in my entire life. So please, if I can have some volunteers to come on the stage here now. Please, I need people. Thank you. A big clap for the volunteers. Come, people. Nice. Okay, come on, please come and join. We are going to go into a circle. Please be mindful of the edge of the stage and keep safe. So let's hold hands to begin with. Do you want to join that side to hold hands to make us perfect, yes. Okay, I'm going to show you quickly the steps. The first thing is we're going to be walking around the circle in one direction, and then we will walk in the other direction. I will keep the count, don't worry. Mind the edge of the stage. The second thing we're going to do is we go all come to the center, and then back. It's all in counts of 4 times, and then again coming to the center. And then we're going to go around the circle again, and then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do side steps, it's fine. And then tap, tap, side steps, tap, tap. Now, the last thing we're going to do, we will take the partner in front of us, and we're going to grab the arms like this, and we are going to go round. Look at me. And then the other way around. Look at that, you're all French dancing now. Now, the partner at the front will not always be the same one, okay? So don't just stick to the one person. And also, there is no way to get this wrong. If you get your feet wrong, doesn't matter. Just keep going in the right direction. And if you realize that the person in front of you is facing you, then you're probably going the wrong way around. Okay? So let's start. Can we have the music, please? The music. Can we have the music, please? Otherwise, we'll do without. Oh, did I not tell you? You're all going to have to sing French. Four, five, six, seven, eight. The other side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again to the right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To the center. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. To the right. 2, 3, 4. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. To the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now side and tap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tap. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. To the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Your partner. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now to the right we go back. So we go back in a circle. Yeah, no, that's fine. We do it together. And let's go again this way. Back in the circle. Yeah, that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the other side. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Back to the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The side and around. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. You got it. 4. The other way. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Walking to the side and tapping. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tap. Tap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tap. Tap. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tap. Tap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tap. Tap. Around the circle. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2, 3, 4. And again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more time. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ready to partner up. 2, 3, 4. And going round. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Oh, sorry. 3, 4. And let's go back to the circle. Yeah. Let's go one more time. Do we have time? I don't know. Yeah. This one? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. This is like we are trying to understand each and every culture and dance. So normally we used to love our Indian South Asian culture. Now we are just learning Western culture, Western dance, how they are collaborating together and dancing, enjoying themselves. This is the one I really wanted. This is the meaning of small drops. Our work just putting small drops everywhere. The seeds it will be grow up. That's only the reason I'm here today. All the hard work behind this work. Obviously, there are very beautiful team behind me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Stephanie. I asked her, please do the French dance because I am from France. I'm a Francais. So I say to her, please, I want my dance because I came from Sri Lanka, but I'm not quite clear about my dance. So I just asked her. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you so much for your kindness.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. The next presentation this afternoon, before we get to an interesting one, another continent, is Shakanvi Ragini, a Tamil song.
Sangavi. Yeah, she's not ready. That's
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
So we can go for the next one. She will.
Okay, can you just hold it?
So you can introduce.
Yeah,
Introduce them.
we're going to miss that one, then we're going to go to the next one. Yeah, so we're going to go to a different continent now. We're going to go to Africa, and we're going to go to Uganda. And I basically had the ultimate honor to go, be quiet, to go on a royal tour with Her Highness Grace Uganda. If you'd like to stand up, please. Who has bestowed and honoured us with her presence this afternoon, and I'm very grateful, Your Highness. So Uganda is now part of my soul and part of my family in my multicultural journey. But I couldn't have had today without a representation of a cultural dance, which I saw on Pan-African Day in Uganda, and it just blew my breath away. The whole experience changed my life, and it really did. So here we are with our beautiful team who are going to present.
Hello, how are you? We are the Bule Troupe dancers, and we are going to be representing Ugandan culture. We're going to be presenting a dance from central Uganda and also from East Uganda in the Busoga region. I hope you enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to say something about Uganda and Africa. I totally believe that the human, they will start from Africa. So that's the reason why I went to the IDO conference last time and I wrote an article, and also I talk about Nelson Mandela. We couldn't forget him. Once time he was a terror, then he's a peace person, he's a president. So that's, I feel, as Elam Tamils. Now we may call by terror, but I sincerely believe one time we will be an independent country and we will be like a peacemakers. That is the reason why we already said that, Voices for Peace and Harmony. Thank you, Ugandan, my dear lovely girls. Love you. I'm just waiting for your dance.
Awangali haisaba senya kabaka ekologoma
ndabonziranera nsonze tabalira omuganda waffe tabalira omuganda waffe benagamba buli omu enkumi kubega neragamba omuganda waggulu jajabali mwana yatabaza mpima nze tabaza lugamba mulawe kwata kyosobola otabalira omuganda waffe abalimi enkumi kubega abasuubuza gali awamu kimanyi obubaka bwabene lwaki tusuddewo ebyalo netubireko okuzika agasota negeririsanga tunyika ne mutunda ate mubadde kyabange obugagga bwaffe muyetaka eyo obugagga bwaffe alina emmere egazanyirwako nagenda kadiwadde alina emmere gagondabonda ate talimbwalimbwa alina ettaka tazanyirwako oyo birifuluugi yebaza ow'omutima oli musomesa ssebo ow'enkajja ow'ennakatu ow'entamu enjalire enyango mama wulira enyango mama wulira alikukwatako buli kwota olitasangasanga nange buli kwota wenda nazanyazanya ekirungi kyetayikiriza ayagala okuteesa naye owekutu totawaana ayagala munyoma nowembazulwa te totawaana afumulezo ayogera ebigambo bye bitono naye nga kyategeeza alaba emasomo gyoyo ate nalaba ensonga ayitibwa salambwa embuga ye tezanyirwamu walala wulira amasanyu omwana wa muteesa walala wulira amasanyu muzukulu wajwa mwogerako nenfuna eddembe buli embeera ngaalidesa obudde bukedde abatuuka benagamba buno omulembe gwafande zukukabange alala twagamuje gabula yebaza abasunze etafaali nabolukiiko olw'etafaali bwe mukama abaddize abanywanyi mwebale nnyo abatoolo mwebale abasoga mwebale namwe abakiga mwebale abanyankole mwebale nnyo ate mwe mbasimye lwa nsonga abagisu mwebale mutabbi w'oluganda abateeso mwebale n'abateeso diaspora mwebale abakonjo mwebale abakakwa mwebale ababaana mwebale abanyabanda mwebale basibula bange ngenda zikirire buwate naye kasina bagenda nsobola kwebaza beene zinasonga za buganda etaano nywereza ddala dadi ensonga y'okusoma bannange tuwereraba ine nagamba bannange atasoma afudde ekirala ensonga y'ebitone bannange tuwagire ebitone nga tuyita mu nnyimba tutuuliddemu oluganda naye teriya mu bitone bagagawadde mu byemisinde bagakenya bagagawadde ensonga y'ebitone eggulawo n'ebbula ly'emirimu mweraba anjagala nsanga mu gondeni.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My hips are definitely hurting now.
Well done. Well done, Uganda. Big round of applause for the Uganda dancers. Well done. Bravo. Right. அடுத்ததாக நாங்கள் சங்கவியினுடைய next. Let's welcome Sangavi on stage for the dance. Are you ready? Yeah.
வாழ்க நிரந்தரம் வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி வாழிய வாழியவே வானவளந்ததனைத்தும் அளந்திடும் வன்மொழி வாழியவே வாழ்க நிரந்தரம் வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி வாழிய வாழியவே வானமளந்ததனைத்தும் அளந்திடும் வன்மொழி வாழியவே ஏழ்கடல் வைப்பினும் தன்மனம் வீசி இசை கொண்டு வாழியவே ஏழ்கடல் வைப்பினும் தன்மனம் வீசி இசை கொண்டு வாழியவே எங்கள் தமிழ் மொழி என்றென்றும் வாழியவே எங்கள் தமிழ் மொழி என்றென்றும் வாழியவே தொந்தனனான 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 தானே நானே தொந்தனனான 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 தானே நானே தொந்தனனான தொந்தனனான தானே நானே தொந்தனனான தொந்தனனான தானே நானே 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 சூழலி நீங்க தமிழ் மொழி ஓங்க துளங்குக வையகமே தொல்லை வினை தரும் தொல்லை அகன்று சுடர்க தமிழ்நாடே சூழலி நீங்க தமிழ் மொழி ஓங்க துளங்குக வையகமே தொல்லை வினை தரும் தொல்லை அகன்று சுடர்க தமிழ்நாடே வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழியே வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழியே வானமறிந்ததனைத்தும் அறிந்து வளர்மொழி வாழியவே வானமறிந்ததனைத்தும் அறிந்து வளர்மொழி வாழியவே தொந்தனனான 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 தானே நானே தொந்தனனான 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 தானே நானே தொந்தனனான தொந்தனனான தானே நானே தொந்தனனான தொந்தனனான தானே நானே 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 செந்தரம் வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி வாழிய வாழியவே வானம் அளந்ததனைத்தும் அளந்திடும் வன்மொழி வாழியவே ஏழ்கடல் வைப்பினும் தன் மனம் வீசி இசை கொண்டு வாழியவே எங்கள் தமிழ் மொழி என்றென்றும் வாழியவே சூழ்களி நீங்க தமிழ் மொழி ஓங்க துலங்குத வையகமே தொல்லை வினை தரும் தொல்லை அகன்று சுடர்க தமிழ்நாடே வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழி வாழ்க தமிழ் மொழியே வானம் அறிந்ததனைத்தும் அறிந்து வளர் மொழி வாழியவே தொந்தரனான 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 தானே நானேனா தொந்தரனான 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 தானே நானேனா தொந்தரனான தொந்தரனான தானே நானேனா தொந்தரனான தொந்தரனான தானே நானேனா தானே நானே தானே நானே தானே நானேனா தானே நானே தானே நானே தானே நானேனா.
Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I can honestly say that was a cultural extravaganza this morning. And thank you to all the participants for their presentations, their professionalism, and their cultural richness. It is now time for lunch. I'm sorry we're running a little late, so if everybody hurries up and eats their dinner, and we can get back to the panels this afternoon. Yeah?
Yeah. Please wait until that event finished, so you may get some kind of certificate appreciation. So don't go, right? Thank you so much. So we can have, the lunch now. So please back within 40 minutes. Yeah, 1:40, everyone need to be back again. So you can go and have the food in the round tables. You just take the food, then you can sit in the round tables. Self-service, please. Aruna. Let me quickly give me some. Anna. Right, thank you.
Right, let's get this party started. Okay, thank you. It's almost unbelievable to think that it's nearly 200 years since the abolition of the Slavery Act of 1833. But here we are today in 2026, and there are 50 million estimated people trapped in slavery. 50 million. Think about that number. There have never been as many slaves in the world than there are at this point in time today. And this figure isn't just plucked out of a hat or fresh air. It is actually from the United Nations Organization for Internal Migration and esteemed NGOs such as Walk Free. And their research has highlighted a significant increase of a further 10 million in only 5 years. 10 million extra within 5 years are living as slaves. Modern slavery exists in almost every country of the world. It crosses political, ethnic, cultural, and religious boundaries. It isn't happening in some far-off, distant land like we would all like to think. It is here in the United Kingdom, in your village, on your high street, but it's in plain sight. So let's think about technology. I know we've been discussing this over lunch, about the benefits of technology. So how many people in this room have got a smartphone? Could you put your hands up, please? Okay, put your hands down. Smartphones, laptops, and new electrical cars, the latest technologies. They all rely on lithium-ion batteries, and they require cobalt. And 70 to 80% of the world's cobalt comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the United Nations estimate that absolutely tens of thousands of children, tens of thousands, are working as young as 7 years of age in mines as deep as 60 meters without any safety equipment or any infrastructure for their protection. Think about that. 7. Children and adults are reported to be buried alive when the mines collapse, without any record of any of them ever existing. These dangerous and exploitative mines, they are artisanal mines in that they are not regulated, rob children of their health, their education, and their future. Every child deserves a future. Investigations by Amnesty International have raised significant concerns that the global supply chains to brands, now, put your hand up when I shout these brands out. Apple, anybody got an Apple phone? Yeah. Samsung, Sony, I'm including laptops here. Microsoft, anybody got Microsoft programs? Volkswagen, yeah. They have all failed to report this within their supply chains. The companies who are predominantly Chinese collect the ore within the Democratic, it's smelted there, then it's exported. But these brands, the brands you and I buy every single day, only go back to the smelting process. So they lose the traceability of this exploitation. So, when we think about child exploitation, we would think about countries like the Democratic of Congo, or maybe a coffee or tea plantation. However, we fail to realise, and I'm sure most of you won't realise this, that 75% of UK victims of modern slavery are children. Yes, children. So let us hear from Jasmine about what the main form is of trafficking of children within the United Kingdom today.
Good afternoon. My name is Jasmine Alexi, and I'm a student at Durham University studying criminology with aspirations to become an investigator specializing in contraband and child human trafficking. Today, I would like to talk about what is County Line, how it operates, and why it demands a greater attention. County Lines is a form of organized criminal exploitation where urban drug networks expand into smaller towns and rural areas. They operate through burner phone lines in order to distribute drugs. However, at the core of its system is not just crime. It's the systematic exploitation of vulnerable individuals, in particular youths, as young as 12, 13, are deliberately being targeted. They are groomed through manipulation, intimidation, and violence. These children are then used to transport, store, and sell drugs, placing them at a greater risk of harm. A key mechanism within county lines is cuckooing. This is where gangs take over homes of vulnerable adults, often those facing addiction, mental health challenges, or isolation, and utilizing these properties as an operational base. These individuals are exploited, controlled, and silenced. Mobile phones play a crucial part within the system too. Gangs use burner phones and digital communication to maintain constant surveillance and control over the victims. Instructions are given, movements are monitored, and exploitation becomes primary organized, yet difficult to tackle and detect. The scale of this issue is important. Home Office data displays that around 15,500 children were identified as being at risk or involved in child criminal exploitation in the year ending March 2025. These figures are considered to be underreported widely. Furthermore, between July 2024 and December 2025, enforcement have tried to tackle down this issue. There has been 10,000 arrests, closed down nearly 3,800 county lines, and more than 5,400 safeguarding reports. However, this is just not the number of how many are happening in today's time. It could be your neighbor's child that could be selling drugs at the corner of the street because that's the only thing they know. Yet despite this, county line exploitation continues to be hidden in plain sight. It is frequent that these children are misidentified as offenders rather than being recognized as victims of criminal exploitation. Having this perception allows the cycle to continue and prevents effective intervention. To address this issue, we need to have a proactive and multi-layered response. By having awareness and education is important to recognize the indicators, why it happens, how it happens, and the behavior changes. Having excessive phone usage or periods of phone time can enable earlier intervention. Secondly, through effective monitoring and support for young people within education facilities is essential. This involves understanding the online activity, maintaining an open communication, and identifying potential risk before exploitation happens. We should also strengthen protection for vulnerable adults to prevent practices such as cuckooing. Safeguarding systems must be robust, responsive, and excessive. Firstly, having a coordinated multi-agency approach is important. Law enforcement, educational systems, and social services should collaborate to tackle these networks and protect those who are at risk. In conclusion, county lines is not only a drug issue, it's a structured system of exploitation, control, and abuse that targets the most vulnerable people and operated with a level of organization that demands a serious and sustained response. If we continue to overlook it, we are not only allowing unorganized crimes to happen, we are actively failing those who are being exploited within it. Because at its core, county lines is not about, it's about power, control, and the systematic exploitation of children. And that is something we cannot afford to overlook. It has been an immense honor to speak about this alarming issue. However, this is my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. And Jasmine is actually studying criminology at Durham University. And you want to go on to do what?
Child and human trafficking investigating.
Yeah. And the reason I've chosen the youth today, who are also going to be doing a skit for us very soon, is because we need to give the youth a voice on this platform, because it's really nerve-wracking standing up in front of people for the first time. So I said to all of us, don't be frightened. We're all in the same boat. It doesn't matter. Get your voice and get across. You practice and you get better and better and better. So round of applause for Jasmine. And secondly, I'd like to introduce our United Nations Youth Ambassador, Liron Amar, who is going to speak about a disgusting new phenomenon which is occurring in every single town in this country, and it's a very new phenomenon. It's actually going on in nearly every country now. It's called sextortion, sexploitation, and our young leader here is going to explain about it. But I really would urge you all to think very carefully about your families and what you're allowing them to engage in when they are online with devices. Amar?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liron Amar, and I'm a law student studying law. Today, I want to talk about an important issue that's affecting millions of people around the world: sexploitation. Sexploitation is the abuse or exploitation of someone for sexual purposes, often for another person's financial gain, power, or control. It can happen to people of any age, gender, or background, although women and children are among the most vulnerable. Sexploitation includes crimes such as human trafficking, forced prostitution, online grooming, and the sharing of intimate images without consent, and coercion of someone into sexual activities. One of the reasons sexploitation continues is because perpetrators often manipulate their victims. They may use threats, violence, emotional abuse, or promise of love. This manipulation can make it extremely difficult for victims to seek help or escape. The rise of social media or the internet have also created new opportunities for the exploitation, where online predators can hide behind fake identities, gain a person's trust, and pressure them into sharing explicit images or meeting in person. This is why digital safety and awareness are more important than ever. The effects of sexploitation can be devastating. Victims may experience trauma, anxiety, depression, or loss of trust, and long-term emotional and physical harm. Many also face stigma, making it even harder to recover and rebuild their lives. So, what can we do? First, we need to educate ourselves and others and the warning signs of exploitation. Second, we should promote healthy relationships based on respect, consent, and equality. And third, if you suspect someone is being exploited, we should report our concerns to a trusted adult or appropriate authorities rather than staying silent. Most importantly, we must remember that victims are never to blame for what's happened to them. They deserve compassion, support, and access to resources that may help them recover. In conclusion, sexploitation is not just an individual problem. It's a societal issue that requires awareness, education, and action. By speaking openly about it, supporting survivors, and standing against exploitation in all its form, we can help create a safer world for everyone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Amar. Thank you. And leading on from what Amar has very articulately expressed about this new phenomenon, something even more alarming is now taking place. The scam centres based in the likes of Nigeria and in Indonesia have scam centres where they are perpetuating to be youth, which they're not. So they are talking to boys who they think they're talking to a girl, but they're not. But with the introduction of AI into all of our systems, they don't even have to build a relationship with your children anymore. They can take a copy of your Facebook or your TikTok or your Instagram post, and they can show you showing a part of your body, yeah, and they can exploit you and they can blackmail you. And you might think, well, that's never going to happen to me. But believe me, these images are very, very real. So thank you, Amar, for that beautiful presentation, and I'm very grateful for the time. And next, we're going to have our beautiful princess, Dr. Fatini Gadella, to look at a slightly different aspect of exploitation, and we very much look forward to what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. So, good evening, Your Royal Highness. Good evening, distinguished guests. Good evening, members and friends. Today we will talk about, my presentation for you is about value of one life and the role of mothers as the shapers of the humanity. For that, I need to go upstairs and I will show you the presentation. I need Jake. I need this. So, during the wartime, there is no value of life at all. In trafficking, there is no value of life. In slavery, there is no value of life. So where there is a value of life? And what is the value of life? We see here the voices today for peace and harmony. What is the opposite of peace? The opposite of peace is war. So let's see the value of life, how it shows in the Holy Scriptures. In the Holy Scriptures, it mentioned about Jacob. Jacob, he was a son of Isaac, grandson of Abraham. So God said to him, I call you now not Jacob, but I call you Israel. And out of your sperms, I will create nation. Attention, one man create nation. And yes, it happened. He had 12 sons, and these 12 sons create 12 tribes. And during the timeline, from that one man, we have now more than 15, 16 million Jewish people all over the world. And this is exactly what it says in the Bible, value of life. One man, after him during the time, 15, 16 millions of Jewish people. And if we will connect religiously, because they are like fathers, like we have Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham, and all religious actually, like Christians and Muslims, they will link to them. So more than 4 billion people actually, in terms of religious link to that person. Can you imagine if he would be killed? If he would be killed, then 16 million people will never can be born. And this is exactly what happened with Cain and Abel. When Cain killed Abel, then God said, you killed your brother and you killed the nation. Exactly because of that. Because he could give with his sperm millions of people generation. And this is the value of one life. We don't see it now, but if we will see through time, it's million generations. If someone in our grandchildren, parents, if somebody will kill one parent, we will never be alive now. This is the value of life. That's why when Cain killed Abel, God said, whoever destroys a single life, it's considered that he destroyed the entire world. And whoever saved a single life, it's considered that he saved the entire world. And in Quran, in Surah 532, it says, whoever killed a soul, he thought that he killed a mankind. And whoever saved a life, he saved the mankind. Now, what I did for this presentation today, I chose out of 100 the most bloodiest dictators in the humanity. I chose 10 children. Children. Yes, 10 children. Hitler, Genghis Khan, and all these people, they were children. Behind every dictator, he was one's child. And then what he became? He became Hitler, and he killed 85 million lives. And if you can imagine that after one life he killed, it would be another millions of generations. How many he killed? 85 million, 40 million Genghis Khan. All of this, when I started to calculate for your presentation today, I found that already around 290 million lives have been lost of these 10 children. Then, now I see human traffickings. I chose another 10 different children, 9 months, 5 years, 3 years, 7, 12 years. So if they would be trafficked, look what is their reality. This little baby, 9 months, he already sold, even before he can walk. He can be sold for organs, for example, for donations. This little boy, he can be sold again for the slavery. This little girl, she could be for the sexual abuse. And all these traumatized children, what will become of them? Some will die, and some others maybe one day he will become from the victimizer. They will become from the victims to become victimizers. So why it happens? Why this tragedy happens? Because of the ignorance, because of the misleading information, because of this internet, which now Nicola mentioned about it, because of the poverty, but not only poverty. In our days, in UK, not only UK, in every country, we see in the wealthy societies, they have all this sexual abuse, we have all these organs, children, all with trafficking, etc., etc. So it's not only poverty, it's something more deep than that. Then I choose another 10 children, but it's already great peacemakers. 10 children out of so many. And if, for example, Gandhi, here we have Gandhi, we have Martin, we have Nelson Mandela, we have Mother Teresa. She was a child. So we have victims, they were children. We have peacemakers, they have children, they were children. For example, now Dalai Lama, Malala, John Paul. So all of them, when I calculate how many times they change and transform, how many lives they did, it was already 900 in my calculation. 900 million lives they change and they improve. 10 children. So we have on one side 10 children that kill approximately 300 million lives, and we have another 10 children that save 900 lives. This is the value. And now I was thinking, and I talk about that also with Nicola one day, I was thinking how it happens, why men so easily kills millions and millions, why the war kills millions there and kills them, what happens, what is behind? To my understanding, to my conclusion, is that men actually, it's not because I'm a woman, I'm just discussing with you about that. Men actually is not aware what does it mean to raise up a child. And I sit and calculate, again for presentation today. I was calculating how many times one woman feeding baby with the milk, if we consider that she's feeding with the milk each 3 hours, then through the 1 year and a half, the first time, the first years of the baby, 4,000 times she was feeding the baby with the milk. Not him, not the man who killed. She was growing up with the child. How many times I was thinking, she prepared daily food for the child to grow up to 18-year-old. And I calculated it was 17,000 times. One mother was preparing the food to grow up the child up to 18-year-old. Then I was thinking how much time she was cleaning. Let's say 2 times in a day she was cleaning, preparing for her son until he grew up until 18. How many times? 13,000 times. And this also, for example, how many times she was poaching the food? 2,000 food. So here was example how many times she was worrying about the child, worrying to the school, worried when she was ill, worrying that she was ever 90,000 times. So if we will collect all of these thousands and thousands of times for my one mother to grow up a child until 18, you can imagine she cannot easily kill any other child. She cannot, because she understands what does it mean, the value to grow, to raise up the child. While this man, he can just take a pistol, for example, and he can just kill because he was not involved in the process of these thousands of times. So what is the solution? Every mother, she should involve the boys, the sons, and also sisters, etc., to involve them in the process with the children to grow up, the children, with the homework, with the cooking, with whatever, not because of the equality, because only through experience men can realize the value of all these kind of support and helping them grow. And then my thought was there. They take away the girl for sexual abuse or whatever. Of course, mother knows what does it mean a value to grow up the child until 12. And I was thinking, God's sake, all these traffickers, all these victimizers, sexuals, when they do this raping to the girls, to the boys, they don't have at all any kind of feeling of empathy. What's wrong? Why all of them don't have any empathy? And my conclusion is, when they rape sexually, what they feel? They feel pleasure, yes? What the children feel or other women feel? They feel pain. So we have from one side pleasure, and from another we have pain. This man who feels pleasure, can he understand the pain of the victim. No, he cannot understand. Somebody who grew up wealthy, can he understand what does it mean poverty? No, he can understand, but he cannot feel it. He will not aware about that. Somebody who always warm and dress warm, he can understand that somebody is cold? No. So only through the experience. That's why in the world, in some prisons, the sexual victimizers, when they go to the prison, it somehow allows, not kind of officially, that other prisoners will rape the raper, group rape. So he will understand, he will really pass through his own experience to experience what doesn't mean raping. Now we see the mothers as early childhood. So now we see before 10 children who were dictators and 10 children who were peacemakers. So what is the difference? What makes children to become either victimizers or to become peacemakers? So when the child is hard, humanity pays the price. Because when there is a lack of love or care, when there is abuse at home, poverty, ignorance and lack of education, exploitation and harmful, when his heart and his life is broken, it's much more possible that he will become a victimizer. From victim become victimizer. There is a tragedy reality, which also Nicola now mentioned about that. 50 million now trapped, for example. 12 million children, they are very like victims. 32 million, they're forced labors. 60 million, they're forced marriages. Millions and millions and millions. Remember what is the value of one life. And now we're talking about millions here. So why? Why does it happen? Again, with the ignorance, a weak law, many things which can happen there. I just try to present you as much as I can. So when those people, these children who are peacemakers, do you think they had this experience? Most probably no. They had love at home, they have care, they had education, they have positive values, they have harmony, they have perspective, they have kindness, they have all of these things. So what we say now, we say that the child, we cannot say that there is child bad or there is child good. Child is like a seed. It depends what he learned, what he passed through, what is his experience, and then what he become. So every child become what he experienced. So the power of positive childhood, a live child become a confident and carrying out. A educated child become a innovator, for example. The valuable child become a peacemaker, etc., etc. Here, what we can say about mothers, how to help that the children can be in the safe place, safe teaching, provide education, courage, guidance, etc. So when the mothers lead, the world heals. Healthy children, they build healthy families, strong families, they build strong communities, they build peaceful nation, they build better world. Mothers change one life in time, and they change the whole world. That's why investing in mothers in early childhood is investing the future of humanity. And now we can see what? How mothers and children in the environment childhood must be to shape a happy, healthy, and peaceful prosperity. What we should do? Mothers should. Unconditional love and security, value of moral education, education and opportunities, positive environment and communities, emotional and spiritual growth, protection and awareness. And then what? After mothers, they do the best, and they know what does it mean to grow up a child. Now I will invite you to see about churches. I believe churches also can help. Religions can help. How? In the way, for example, the power of faith and community, their voice is unique. The entry in every family, they can speak with every person. And then I took again statistics, just for you numbers. Global reality, we have 4,300 religion and belief systems. I was shocked. One God, why we need 4,300 beliefs and religions? But it's happened. This is reality. Now we have 10 million places of worship, and then 84 people, a percentage of the population. Why today I mentioned to you about the worship? I was thinking, if in these worships, once in a week, for 10 minutes, The leaders of the churches will speak about human trafficking, will speak about slavery, will speak about to educate women or to educate children, please be careful. You can imagine in 10 million places every week how many people will be already aware and educated. Of course, interfaith is very much important. One family, one God, one interfaith. Now, what I want to see with you, I just said yesterday in the evening, and I was thinking about UK, and I wanted again to find out the numbers and to calculate. So I found out that according to the British National Church Trust, that there are 45,000 places of worship and faith in UK. Attention, 45,000 of different churches, Christians, mosques, Jewish, Sikhs, Hindu, whatever. 45,000. Okay. Now, I calculate that if we will speak in this 45,000, 10 minutes weekly in the Sunday, then it will reach 5-6 million people. 10 minutes. In all these churches, already 5-6 millions will be aware about trafficking, about slavery, etc. And they trust. The difference when somebody speaks on the scenery or in the church, they trust leaders, they trust religious. So then yearly I calculate if we have 52 weeks and we have 5-6 million people weekly, then actually for the year 300 million people will be aware about trafficking. That's why together, all religions together, raise awareness about human trafficking, educate mothers, children, and parents, promote dignity, protection, and safety, build stronger and caring community. And now, just in order to close my brief presentation, I would like a few words to say about Human Trafficking Organization, where I also have a honor and to be there. From the human trafficking, we have here quite many members. We have Nicola, we have you, Jasmine, we have our president, Ms. Kiss, we have Ezra, Elsa, we have Jake. And so the Host of Human Trafficking have been founded and established by as the Secretary General by Sheikh of Oxford, Dr. Ramsey. We have Honorable President, the former Member of Parliament, Mr. Keith Best. The motto to establish this organization was whoever save one soul, he through that save a mankind. It's exactly what we started our beginning our presentation. Basic principles. Together we can save human lives and stop human trafficking as well as modern slavery. In our organization we have 8 directorates. We have publicity, external relations, education, religious against human trafficking, legal services, accountability, human rights against human trafficking, and victim assistance. All of us were volunteers. We're volunteers, that is patrons, directors, ambassadors, coordinators, members, etc. We all welcome you to be a part of our organization. Of course, we cooperate with the Universal Peace Federation, Church of Scientology, IDO, different other organizations and NGOs. We have website, etc., etc. So just to finish, together we can save people's lives. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Before we just do our skit, I'd like to thank Princess Dr. Vittini. About 2 weeks ago in Uganda, there was a TV advert that advertised jobs for youths in Kampala. And it was 350 youths were actually saved from being trafficked. That's in one advert. And what I've managed to do in the past 12 months since I was in Uganda is I've actually reinvigorated an organisation called YATIP, Youth Against Trafficking in Persons. And what we are doing, we have mobilised ourselves. We have an organisation that's registered. We have a bank account. We have an office. I've got no money left. But what we are doing is something very strategic. I have 5 people who are highly qualified, highly connected, highly devoted against human trafficking, and we have been given permission by the Minister of Internal Affairs against human trafficking to go into the universities and to the schools and teach the youth, educate them about the tricks, the signs of exploitation, how to prevent it and how to save lives. This July, we will reach 15,000 youths. And I'm not going to go on and on about this because we're running short of time and the next presentation's coming on. But 2 years ago, somebody said to me, "What can you do, Nicola? You're a Geordie lass, you're 60 years of age. What can you do about this?" Well, I tell you what, I'm going to save a few lives in the next few years by making sure this project works. Thank you. Okay. And the next presentation is going to be a skit, so if we move all of our seats. Yeah, it's going to be a skit from Uganda about human trafficking, because I wanted to make it a little bit interesting. And I saw this at Edo, and I was so absolutely thought it was amazing. Okay. How many of these do you need? Another mic? Yeah. Yes, please. Is that working?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, what?
Is it?
Hello?
Yes, what?
Yeah.
Hello everyone, we're going to be performing a little skit that showcases human trafficking and how it can happen in different ways, and showing like what you can do to stop it, and just showing awareness of human trafficking. We're just showing a little skit of acting like what would happen in a situation of someone to get trafficked. Okay, we're gonna start now.
Hello? Hello, madam. I'm looking for a job. I've heard you've been advertising jobs for Europe on the TV. We've got really good hotel jobs. Are you sure it's a good job? I've had bad stories from hotel workers.
Don't worry, they're liars. Do you have your documents?
Yeah, here are my documents.
Okay. I'd need you to sign your name over here. Wow, it looks like you're pretty good for the job. Don't worry, I'll finish that off for you. Right, let me show you around the hotel. So, up there is where you'll be working, and down here is where the offices are. Hello? Yes, she's down. Bring the truck so we can take her to the factory.
Officer Bali, the gates are locked. We cannot access the factory. Why are things like this still happening?
World leaders often ignore it. They care about money, what deals, more than their own people.
That's awful, but we can't wait for them to act. We have to save people, like Amina.
Yes, we'll make arrests, gather evidence, and that's how we'll fight, even if they stay silent.
Get down!
No!
Get down!
No!
Get down! I said get down!
12 hours, no breaks. You said hotel work.
As you can see, plans have changed, my dear. Now get back to work!
I'm dressed in rags. Passport is gone and my hands are bleeding from all this work.
I told you that your stuff is safe with me. Now get back to work!
No! At least give me a phone, talk to my grandmom.
Don't mention your grandmum here. Get back to work!
No!
Get back to work!
No!
Get back to work now!
Police! Everyone, stay calm. You're under arrest for human trafficking and manual labor. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
You did this! You lied and sold me with others.
Take this criminal away, now!
You regret this!
Amina, are you okay?
Yes, finally all the chains are broken and I'm free from all this torture.
You don't have to fight this alone.
I'll speak and fight so no one has to live in chains.
The fight won't be easy.
Neither will surviving.
50 million people are trapped in modern-day slavery and human trafficking. Help us stop this dictatorship in Africa and other continents.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That ends our programme. Thank you very much. What's the next programme? The next one. You're not getting- Which one is it?
The next one is this.
Is the what? There's no internet. Shocking. It's not enough. I don't know which is the next one. Sorry. Lauren, I don't know what the next panel is. Well, can I get the internet on?
Education.
Right?
No, it's Keith's panel.
No, it's not. We can't get the internet.
It's the education.
We've done it. Yeah.
Sorry, Nicola. It should be the education one.
Who's that on it?
So how come they can't get that one?
Panel education policy. Who's yeah? Oh, Ian Pelham. Right. Yeah. Thank you for coming. Leron, thank you very much. Honestly, give us a kiss. Thank you for coming. Right, it's your turn. Come on. Yeah. Apologies, everybody, because there's no internet. Right, and if we could have the educational panel on, please. Dr. Jonathan Marley, please. Ian Pelham Turner. Professor Abnash Baines. Oh, have you got it? Can education? It's because the internet's going on and off, on and off. Sorry.
I'm very sorry because it's internet is make everything little bit difficulty. So I just welcoming to Kate Best. Please welcome for the geopolitical panel. We are going to start right now. Actually, we are here as Keith Best. He's going to talk about the perspective of America what actually the geopolitical point of view, how America look the world order. So, respected Keith Best, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, it's been a wonderful afternoon so far. I'm not going to sing or dance at you. I'm afraid you've had all the good stuff so far, and I think it's very impressive what we've seen. And I really do congratulate particularly the Uganda group and the dancers for some superb performances, and particularly that skit, which I think was very moving in the way in which trafficking can take place. Neela's asked me to talk a bit about the Indian subcontinent from an American perspective. And I just want to preface my remarks by looking at American policy globally overall. And unfortunately, I think we've seen since the Second World War, the one remaining superpower in the world not being particularly successful in its foreign adventures. And I'm thinking particularly, obviously, of the Vietnam War, and then the intervention in Libya, and then the intervention in Afghanistan, and of course now, most prominently, the intervention in the Middle East. And I'm afraid it has not left the United States covered in glory. And they've usually been quite humiliated by that. And sometimes I ask myself why. And I'm a great believer that the United States has the capacity to do great good in the world. And indeed, it has done great good in the world in many respects. But why is it that so often these foreign adventures have ended in a misunderstanding or a misappreciation of what was going to turn out? And I'm afraid I think it is because traditionally, the United States has never really had to engage with other parts of the world like the old colonial powers such as Britain. Now, I'm not here as an apologist for colonialism. Colonialism was exploitation, and it led to some terrible things. But it did mean that those powers actually had to engage with those countries that they colonized and understand the culture. And it may be that of all the colonial powers, the only one that has retained a voluntary association of its former colonies in the form of the Commonwealth is Britain, because although Britain exploited natural resources in Africa and India and left many of those countries with borders that were drawn along lines of longitude and latitude that can't even identify on the ground, and as our African friends here will no doubt tell me, left boundaries cutting right through tribal boundaries, so that you ended up with countries with tribes that had been at enmity with one another for so long, being juxtaposed together. And I remember the debate about what was then Northern Rhodesia, later Zimbabwe, and being told if you put the Matabele and the Shona together, they were never going to get on. And this is just symptomatic of so many examples of where boundaries have caused later dissension because of the way in which they were drawn up without regard to the local characteristics of individuals. And the United States, with the sole exception for a part-time of the Philippines, never actually had to administer other parts of the world. And that is why I think they have such little cultural understanding of so many other parts of the world, and why sadly so many of these adventures have left in a bad way rather than a good way. So I just preface those remarks, but if you look at different parts of the world from a different perspective, it looks very, very different indeed. I mean, we are in the West, are used to the famous Mercator projection of the world with Europe bang in the center. If you look at actually the world with Africa in the center, the world looks very different. If you look at the world with India in the center, the world looks very different. And we need to reorientate our thinking much more into those regions that are directly affected rather than always looking at them from a Western perspective. Now, American involvement in the Indian subcontinent has been going on for 5 decades or so. I mean, it started with the oil crisis in 1973, and then we had, of course, the Iranian Revolution, and also the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979. And then that was when the United States really started getting involved, but particularly after 2001, when we had the George Bush so-called war on terror. And that involved the United States having a very close relationship with Pakistan, and that continued very much until, again, we saw a change in the 2000s when we saw the reorientation because of the growth of China and America's fascination and concern about the threat of China in the South China Seas, but also in the Indian subcontinental area. And that meant, for example, in the first Trump administration, when John Bolton really rather did a strange thing and was to back India over the issue of Kashmir rather than Pakistan. And that signaled a retreat from that relationship that had existed between the United States and Pakistan and reorientated one to a relationship with India. And of course, it was encapsulated in the famous Indo-US agreement, which had a variety of different aspects to it. One was military cooperation and joint military exercises, right the way down to sourcing of materials and trade. But what we've seen recently, and only last month, was rather interestingly, the American military changed its command from the Indo-Pacific Command and changed the name just to the Pacific Command, which is what it used to be. And I think that has signaled a considerable change in the American attitude. And we've had American leaders saying they are not going to make with India the mistake they made with China. In other words, when China was emerging, they went through a very strong relationship trying to encourage China, only to find that China rather bit back. And they're not going to see the development of India as a superpower, only to find that that superpower then challenges the United States. So what we are seeing now is a rather interesting disaggregation or almost disintegration of that relationship between India and the United States, not least because, of course, the massive problems over tariffs and trade and issues of that nature. And instead, we are seeing more bilateral relations between the United States and countries like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal. And it gives those other countries in the Indian subcontinent, like Sri Lanka, an enormous opportunity to re-engineer a special relationship with the United States, which had hitherto been hidden by the fact that all the emphasis with the United States was on India and India alone. So I think we are seeing a reorientation of geopolitical issues in the Indian subcontinent. I think it does give an opportunity for smaller countries in that area of the world to reforge different relationships, and that is actually very encouraging. But I end my remarks by saying, as I started, it is so important that for any country that wishes to have multilateral or bilateral relations with another, to fully understand the history, background and culture of that country. if you try to impose anything, whether it's democracy or any other governance system, on a country that is not in tune with its history and its development and indeed its tribal makeup and things of that nature, you will fail. The only way you are going to actually ensure lasting democracy, lasting power to the people, is if you take the country as you find it and allow it to develop itself in its own institutions in ways that fully account for its own culture and history. And I think if we can engender that into international relationships, then we will have achieved a great deal. So thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Keith Pest. He gave his ideas and what is the point of American views. So next one we are going to go with Umesh Kumar Agarwal. Please, unmute. So he's going to talk about the perspective of United Kingdom. So just let me ask him to unmute. Can you able to unmute? Thank you. Yes, please carry on.
Found me useful to gather this illuminated set of people, and as the topic states, it's about the Indian Ocean region. And just I would like to say one quote about Alfred Thayer Mahan, who in 1902 stated, "Whoever attains maritime supremacy in the Indian Ocean would be a prominent player on the international scene." If you see the current Indian Ocean region, the architecture was provided by Admiral Mountbatten. Admiral Mountbatten was the Supreme Allied Commander, Southeast Asian Command of the Royal Navy during the World War II. And after India gained independence, he actually framed and he actually convinced Nehru that India should become a blue water economy. And if you see, India had a very less coastal boats and everything. And he persuaded Nehru to buy the HMS Hercules, which was later named as INS Vikrant in 1960, I believe. And also if you see that India adopted the same, under the Mountbatten's guidance, India adopted the British organizational structures and naval doctrine for dominance in the Indian Ocean region. And also Nehru also said one thing, the sea is important for India, as it was 1,000 or more years ago. Because we ignored the sea, later we came to Greece and were conquered. We cannot afford to be weak at sea. India was a very great naval power. The Cholas kingdom, we had our force, the maritime force. We conquered lands abroad. But what you see in the current dispensation under the Modi government, the government is practicing Mahasagar, mutually and holistic advancement of security and growth for all in the region. India is aiming to be the blue water economy, where which it will provide unfettered access for following the UN Convention Law of the Seas. One more thing I would like to say is that if you see right now, the Indian Ocean region is now becoming contested, because what is happening is the Chinese are now coming up in a very great way to encircle India. It is right from, if you see the Gwadar port in Pakistan, the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka, and Chittagong port and in Bangladesh, and also in a port in Myanmar. So what is happening is the Indian Ocean region is becoming contested, and it is becoming many powers are interested to dominate the Indian Ocean region. And if you see, Strait of Malacca is one of the most important critical routes as Strait of Hormuz. And right now, India is proving that India is building a Green Nicobar terminal in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. It is building a new airstrip there. It is building a transshipment port there. It is building a new set of cities there. And it is now, India is now focusing itself to increase its power, maritime power. And we are now also inducting new warships. And if you see that India's coastline is around 7,700 kilometer coastline is there. It is imperative that India guard the seas. It is good for that we curtail narco-terrorism, narcotics, human trafficking, selling of contraband goods, weapons, and also India carries out rescue services in the Indian Ocean region wherever it is necessary. And many people would have remembered that a few years back, in 1980s or 1985s, I believe India did a very pivotal role and played a very important role in restoring democracy in many of the Indian Ocean region. And if you see that India will actually go on to become the blue water economy. Our coastline, if you see in our coastline, recently we have detected hydrocarbons, we have detected rare earth minerals. So it is imperative that India increases its patrolling, India increases its patrolling across the seas. And Indian Ocean region right now consists of lot of countries which were under the British dominion earlier. And it is imperative that any country which has a dispute will actually go for mediation from the British. Like the recent we have that Maldives and Maldives and Mauritius, both are actually contesting for that archipelago, Chagos archipelago, I believe. So this is the way Britain will have an important thing with relations to India also. And recently, right now, I'm surprised to know that Britain is very much interested in helping India to maintain the dominance at the seas. And if you see, a British officer, a liaison officer, is already stationed in India to help India in its global maritime outreach, to maintain the communication, open sea lines of communications open, and also provide unfettered navigation across the domain. This is what I would like to say. And going forward, I believe that the seas will become a natural coast we have to provide them, a safe maritime traffic without any conditions. In the UN Convention of the Law of the Seas have to be respected. And also, if you see that whatever the rare earth minerals or hydrocarbons which we find in our whatever we find, it has to be in our exclusive economic zone. It has to be mined properly. This is what I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Umesh Agarwal. Thank you. So I would like to invite Aruna MB, please, regarding the geopolitics point of view of Malaysia. So Malaysian perspective, she's going to have a meeting. Madam, can you talk? Madam Aruna? Madam Aruna? Madam, can you hear me? You are the next person. Arna Peach, can you hear me? So just I will to take Mr. Kamal. Kamal, please come to the board. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I have a presentation to share on this Zoom meeting.
No, it's very difficult.
Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you, but we cannot give the presentation right now. You have to talk because it's too late. Please speak.
I am trying to share it. Is it okay? You allow me to share it?
Yeah. Okay, please do that.
Disable the share. Okay. You have to, because my presentation is on another, my computer. It's not working. It's connected. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's done.
Varna Kulsingham Kamaldas.
It's already done.
I am talking
You and the,
as well as connecting through my presentation through my PC.
you and the co-host right now. Please carry on.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me to join this program. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about the Sri Lankan perspective about the geopolitics and the current situation. Now, there are, from the top down, we have the USA, United States of America, with the backing of UN regulation, and also the US policy of the President Bush, and also about the ICC, International Criminal Court. Doesn't affect the American citizens when they commit crime all over the world. And then the current situation, the nuclear armed Iran. So that's one aspect of geopolitics affecting the current, this one. And then the India, Pakistan and Bangladesh confrontation, India versus Pakistan and Bangladesh. We have certain issues there. That is, India is threatened, India's stability is threatened by these so-called Islamic states. Then the other aspect Sri Lanka is worried about is the USA, China and India, who are friendly with Sri Lankan state. So, in my presentation, if you could, can you see it on your, this one?
We can see your presentation, but please talk.
Can you, is it on?
Please talk.
Yeah. Now, when we look at Sri Lankan geopolitical situation now, Sri Lanka has a maritime zone, 5 times the land mass, and the sea is under its control. But India has to come round. And not only India, all the world important traders, economic powerful states, countries have to go around Hambantota, Sri Lanka, to reach the Far East, from the Middle East to the Far East. And Sri Lanka controls the marine, that is shipping lanes. That's one thing. And the second thing is the Tamil Nadu, or the South Indian states, where most of the people came down over the centuries, the past, to settle down on the northeastern provinces of Sri Lanka. Actually, the Indian traders, centuries or thousands of years ago, have embarked on Sri Lankan soil, established their businesses, established Buddhism, established Hinduism, and almost controlled the area until the East Indian Company from the British came there. And Sri Lanka is very much worried about these South Indian states, especially Tamil Nadu, where the Tamilians make up of 78 million, that is 7 crores and 88 million Tamils living there. And Sri Lanka fears. And Sri Lanka feels the threat of invasion from South India. So as a state, as a single state, Sri Lanka has to protect its own sovereign rights. So we have India circling Sri Lanka, and Tamil Nadu is the dominant state with the Tamilian population, threatening the security of or safety or survival of Sri Lankan singular state. And then we have the recent positioning of the Sri Lankan government under the new government, Anura Kumara Dissanayaka. So we have a position of not giving in to the demands of a minority community in Sri Lanka. So the Sri Lankan government takes, over the 70 years in the past, since 1948, freely controls the land masses, resources, and the ocean territory, coastal areas of Sri Lanka for its own purposes as an independent government. So that is the current situation, and we actually follow the UN regulation. The UN has declared that Sri Lanka or any country, even America, can do whatever criminal offenses to remove terrorism, any threat to the peace, breach of peace, or act of aggression from its territory. That's UN mandated, Article 51, in self-defense. And that has been happening over the past years. And not the world, even the US, you can see the American position. Wherever the threat, the enemies of America pose, America has the right to go and destroy or eliminate the threat. The same thing, now India has also taken now. When the Indian population is threatened, India feels it has the right to take its matters into its own hand and prevent aggression, and can do the preemptive strike to remove the enemies of India. So Sri Lanka has taken a comfortable position now to be peace with India and fall in line with the Indian dictates, because it has no way of escaping Indian boa constrictor, that is the grip. So doesn't want to hurt Indian interests. Similarly, Sri Lanka has its major economic partner, that is a partner in the sense export territory, that is USA, and Sri Lanka will always try to be friends with the USA, and then the China. The Chinese are the greatest investors and partners in development in Sri Lanka, all along the coast, starting from the southern province, Hambantota. Vast territories of lands have been given in the past government, under the past governments, and presently the eastern coast and even in the northern province, some territories can be given to Indian businesses, whereas the eastern coast would come under the Chinese influence and the American influence. So that is the position now. Sri Lanka tries to be peaceful with USA and India as well as China. And the Muslim states like Pakistan and Bangladesh. Because Sri Lanka needs to pacify and be at peace with the Muslim community, because they are a very long, convenient friends for the singular rulers who make decisions. So most of the government positions are given to Muslims, and in order to pacify the Indian Tamils are given positions and posts and better influence than in the past rule. So Sri Lanka is now handling the affairs very well, balancing the geopolitical situation to its own survival and existence. And Sri Lanka always fears the South Indian, especially Tamil Nadu, influence in Sri Lankan politics. That's all for me to present now
Thank you so much.
for the time.
Thank you. Please, everyone, make sure like 3 to 4 minutes. Don't go beyond that. Thank you. The next one is Aruna. Can you able to hear me? Aruna, madam. Hello, Aruna, madam. I think she couldn't able to do that one. Anyway, I think I have to, start right now. So I called her several times, so I think her line is not working. So we have to stop that one. Sorry? Leave it. Yeah. Hello. Sorry. No. She couldn't own it. She didn't. I already asked her several times. So she didn't really own it. Aruna, madam, can you hear me? Aruna, madam, please point of view yours. Can you hear me? Madam, can you hear me? Aruna, madam, can you hear me? So I think everyone can able to, but I think her line is the problem. Yeah, please. Yes. Please talk.
Distinguished Chair, honored guests, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and especially to Neela. Thank you very much, Neela, for your kind invitation to be part of this conference. Good afternoon. It is a privilege to share Malaysians' perspective on the Indian Ocean, a region that has connected civilizations, cultures, and economies for thousands of years. This topic is especially close to my heart. I was born and raised in Malaysia before making the United Kingdom as my home. My journey has taken me from a young girl with the dreams that often seemed beyond reach to becoming an international leadership consultant and the founder of the UK Training College. Along the way, I have had the privilege of working with governments, multinational organizations, educational institutions, and communities across different countries and also in the UK. Those experiences have taught me something that no textbook could teach me. While geography shapes our nations, it is people who shape our future. That principle is reflected in Malaysia's foreign policy. As a middle power, Malaysia has long understood that prosperity is not achieved by choosing one side over another. Instead, it has pursued a balanced and pragmatic approach based on non-alignment, strategic partnerships, ASEAN cooperation, multilateral diplomacy. Rather than becoming dependent on a single power, Malaysia has sought to build constructive relationships with the many while safeguarding its independence and national interests. This balanced approach is particularly important because the Indian Ocean is not simply a global feature for Malaysia, it is an economic lifetime and lifeline. Our position along the Strait of Malacca places us on one of the world's busiest maritime routes, carrying trade, energy, and goods that support millions of lives. When these sea lanes remain open still today and secure, economies grow, businesses succeed, and families prosper. When instability threatens them, the effects are felt not only in Asia but across the global economy. That is why Malaysia consistently supports freedom of navigation, peaceful dialogue, and regional cooperation. At the heart of this approach is ASEAN. ASEAN has shown that countries with the different histories, cultures, and political systems can work together through dialogue rather than division with the diplomacy. It reminds us that consensus often achieves more than confrontation. Malaysia's relationships with countries such as China, India, the United Kingdom, Australia, Japan, and our ASEAN neighbors demonstrates this balanced approach. Strong economic partnerships do not require political alignment. They require mutual respect, trust, and shared interests. Our relationship with Sri Lanka especially also reflects the spirit. While it may not be one of Malaysia's largest trading partners, our cooperation in education, trade, and tourism, and through the Commonwealth demonstrates that every partnership has value in contributing to peaceful and stable Indian Ocean region. However, when we speak about peace and harmony, we must also be willing to speak honestly. Malaysia is a proud multicultural nation made up of Malays, Chinese, Indians, and indigenous communities, many others. Our diversity is one of the greatest strengths. Yet, diversity alone does not guarantee equality. As someone who grew up as part of the ethnic minority, I experienced that opportunity does not always feel equally accessible, unfortunately. My own journey into higher education was not straightforward. I couldn't go to university. Those experiences did not leave me bitter. They strengthened my belief that every society becomes stronger when talent is recognized regardless of ethnicity, religion, or background. Integration is not about asking people to become the same. Integration is about creating a society where every individual feels that they belong, where differences are respected, and where opportunity is based on potential rather than identity. That is how trust is built, and trust is the foundation of lasting peace. Before I conclude, I would like to acknowledge the previous speaker, the lady who spoke about the war. Her heartfelt presentation on trafficking deeply touched me because throughout my career in education, I have worked with women and children who survived abuse, trafficking, and forced marriage. I have witnessed how education restored confidence, dignity, and hope, enabling many to rebuild their lives and create a better future for themselves and their families. Those experiences inspired me to establish UK Training College. As a founder, I believe education is one of the greatest investments we can make in peace. It empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and transforms lives. I have been privileged to lead international educational initiatives, and I am now seeking to build partnerships with charities, educational institutions, governments, and organizations, both in the UK and internationally, because the challenges we face cannot be solved by governments alone. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia's foreign policy teaches us that balance creates resilience. The Indian Ocean teaches us that connection creates opportunity. My journey has taught me the education creates hope. Together, these lessons remind us that our greatest responsibility is not only to protect our oceans and strengthen our economies, it is to ensure that every person, regardless of ethnicity, religion, or circumstances, has the opportunity to live with the dignity and contribute to society. To say this, peace is not merely the absence of conflict, peace is the presence of justice. Justice builds trust, trust builds partnership, and partnership transforms lives.
Thank
Speak to anybody and everybody who's interested with our talk today. And it's a shame I do not know how many people could hear me, and I couldn't listen to the speaker either.
Thank you, Arnaji. Thank you so much.
Years to go along.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry because of when people are away from us, technology made some time very difficult. Anyway, thank you. And the next panel, actually, the point of Indian Ocean, Elam Tamils. So I am an Elam Tamil woman. So that when the person who speak before me, not her, other one, it's a camel, he talk about Sri Lanka, South Asia, South India, and South Indian, Sri Lanka is worried about South India. And he represent that we just went through South India, actually Tamil Nadu, which is not right. Sri Lankan history is giving us 4 misleading information a lot. 10,000 years ago, this nations was together. India was together with Sri Lanka. They don't have any difference. Then after some time that the ice era, so the nation is let down. Like, once upon a time, 10,000 years ago, United Kingdom, it was close to Europa. It wasn't as an island. So the same story in down south. So we just went away from India. That's the reason why we speak Tamil. So Sinhala, it was started after 7th century, after Christ 7th century. What they just think that when Elam Tamils, we are Hindus majority, sorry to say this, is a reality. So we all are mostly Hindus. So Elam Tamils, the Hindus, if they lived in Sri Lanka, so India has always come as invasions. That's the reason why they killed us. This policy is almost 120 years now, since 1880. They believe that when Hindus, Tamils lived in Sri Lanka, this Indian invasion it will become, so they need to kill us, completely kill us. That is their strategy. That is their policy. Sri Lankan policy, foreign policy, is anti-Indian policy. But India, they don't really aware about it. I worked 2 years. I went to India 2 years. I gave the presentation. I gave the documentation. I gave all the notes to the government of India as much as I can. I don't know how many of they could able to understand or they will take it further. Thank you so much. We received one of the positive sign, 30th of April 2024. The India released a book. It's agreed that almost 26% Hindu Tamils were killed in Sri Lanka. The population declined and 2% of the Christianity population declined. So they already knew it. We are just work forward and we just ask that we need the peace, we need the dignity, we need our freedom because we are Sri Lankan Tamils, which is we are brothers. We Hindus and Buddhism, we all are brothers and sisters. But they don't want to do the DNA tests. They banned it over here. Because when we done the test, they knows that we are 55% of the DNA is connected. So it's from Tamil Nadu. People used to say that we are from Tamil Nadu. No, from Tamil Nadu, our DNA and their DNA just match only 35%. But Sinhalese and us, 55%, we got the connection. So Sri Lanka, the education system must be changed. Their system says that we are enemies of them. We are not enemies of them. We are just fighting freedom from our own country, our own brothers. The Focini already talked about that religion, that it was born from that same father and mother, Abrahamic religion. So we are Hindus from Sanatanas. We are the people suffering from one to another. So the wars is somewhere, some reason still exist. So as Arna said, war, without war doesn't mean is peace. So we need to work together, bring it up together, talk and find the solutions. I'm not saying that whatever the presentation is all are right, but we are just trying to bring what is their views. At least we can find some line somewhere. We can match each other. We can work together. Then only we could able to bring real peace. As a Elam Tamils, I am just expecting our freedom, which is Tamil Elam. We already had our Tamil Elam before European invasions. 1621, we had our own country. We had our Tamil Elam. After the invasion of 1621, we lost our royal. Now we are suffering till to date. But Sinhalese, they say that, oh, we don't have any country, we don't have anything. But the history doesn't say that. So we need our country back. We need our freedom. We are fighting for our freedom. Now we are trying to do that diplomatic way. That's the reason we invite everyone here. We just bring our views. Thank you so much. So now we are going to go ahead that panel as an education panel. So before, I think everyone is there in the education panel. So here I would like to invite Ian Parker, please, our mentor for me. He's a mentor for me. He's such a wonderful person. He finished his 6th years journalist today, I think. If I am wrong, please correct me. Yes, please, welcome. And Abnas, Dr. Abnas. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, please sit down. And Dr. Jonathan Morley, he's a policy analyst, OECD. And I think Professor Kubaran and Dr. Abdul Diwali, they couldn't able to join today because they had some issues. So I'm very glad that Dr. Jonathan Morley and Palka and Abnas, thank you. The floor is yours. Actually, they are going to discuss how the education policy can change the media's point of views. The Ian Palka is going to take.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you all enjoying yourselves, first of all? Because this afternoon is a very... my microphone's gone. Sorry. As a trained broadcaster, I can talk in any environment, any situation. And I'm just about to prove it, I think, as well. I'm back. I'm back. No, it's fine. I'd rather stand because I think it's important for all sorts of reasons this afternoon that I'm here. First of all, Your Royal Highness and all the very high important people. Oh, hello, I'm getting feedback. This afternoon, who are here. Especially as I'm the biggest feminist probably in the room, from a male side, I'd like to really admire all the ladies are looking beautiful in their costumes this afternoon as well. So I think that's important to be said at the same time. Bless you. I will always take applause. I will always take applause. So I was here this afternoon. First of all, let me come over to here. Really to admire what was going on. I see great friends from UPF here this afternoon and from the Scientology movement as well. So welcome to you all at the same time. I was asked this afternoon to really talk about media, ecology transformation. And it's very hard to say no to Mila in the first place. She has the biggest smile and those puppy dog eyes that when I'm asked to do something for her, she will normally sort of come and ask me to do something. So when I was asked to talk about media ecology transformation, I thought, what on earth does that mean? I have absolutely no idea. And so I had to look it up. And so this is the literal presentation from media ecology transformation. It's a shift from analog and linear communication to interactive algorithms, digital environment, which will fundamentally alter people's perception, culture, and society. What does it really mean? It means all of us are going to be controlled by machines. That's what it means. And so in the next 5 years, when I talk to lots of different people right now, I was working recently with a member of the Qatari royal family, a billionaire. He's worth 17 billion. And he was telling me about how he just spent 40 million on new AI projects so that he could have control partly of the world. And that in reality, one world order was going to be the order of the day in the next 5 years. Now for me, I find that chilling. I find that totally chilling. And I wonder from an education point of view, what does that mean for the children of today going through school? And how do you move a future? Because I'm being told right now, and lots of experts are being told right now, the next 5 years, 70%, 70% of professional offers and organizations are finished. It's all going to be AI. Now that is a very worrying statement in the first place. And I wonder, what are the children going through school today going to do? And more children right now are being told, don't worry, go to university, go and do all the education things that you should be doing, and you will be guaranteed a job. Now, very recently at UPF, which I'm a member of as well, we had a meeting on mental health. And at that meeting on mental health, there were about 8 or 9 young people who were graduates or undergraduates. These, in my mind, are very intelligent people. I'm not. But I look at them and I look at, they are the future of the country. And we were talking about, does social media actually change perception? Does it change mood? Does it change the values that they are in this country? And so I'm talking away to them. And a lot of them, there's a psychologist in the room as well, talking about how she is dealing with growing numbers of students and people who are coming out of education saying, we can't get a job. There were 2 people in particular who had put out 600 applications and not even one response to say they hadn't got the job. So when these types of things happen, you start to wonder who's in control of the situation, who's in control of the country, and who's going to be in control of their lives as well, because by the sound of it, they're not. They're not at all. And at the very end of it, I thought the saddest thing I heard at that particular meeting was that one girl said, if I leave social media, which was my suggestion, in reality, if you're being slapped on the face every day, you don't go back and get slapped on the face again. So if you're feeling social media is causing you major issues, why be on it? It's a pure logic as far as I'm concerned. One girl then said, if I don't stay on social media, I will not have any friends at all. And that really got to my heart. Because I think when you hear things like that, and what is actually happening at the moment, is terrible. So what do I look at in media as well and in education? I mean, I love India because India always seems to wake me up early in the mornings to ask on their TV shows about the royal family of the day. About 6 or 7 weeks ago, I have a rule, and my rule is that no television station can call me before 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm 75 years old now. I deserve my rest after all this time. 60 years in the business, I deserve my rest as well. So about 6 or 7 weeks ago, the phone was ringing at 8:05 in the morning, and I'm thinking, who on earth is this? And I pick up the phone, and it's the head of news for NDTV in India. This is 8:05 in the morning. And I said, what's the matter? What's happened? And they said, can you come on and talk about Andrew? And I said, why on earth do I want to talk about Andrew? He's been arrested. What? He's been arrested. So basically, the thing I see about Indian television especially is that they are far more on the ball than some of our Western colleagues as well. In the end, that particular 48 hours, I did 8 interviews right across the world, talking about the issues at the same time. But then again, as I say, I come back to how is Britain now perceived across the world? How is Britain perceived across the world? Because in education terms as well, we used to be the front runners. We used to have the best universities in the world. And then things change. And so with, and obviously with the Asian communities, the Chinese communities now, you know, there's far less of them. And so actual costs of going into and becoming whatever profession they are seeking in universities is costing so much more. Some of these students are coming out after their 3 or 4 or 5 years, and it's costing them £70,000 to pay back. Now, to me, that makes no sense at all. So then I look at, as I say, the efforts of AI and how AI is going to change the world at the same time. Another one of my friends, he's an AI expert, and he is part of a new sovereign fund coming into London next year. The sovereign fund is 1.2 trillion, and it's coming into London. And so my friend is an AI expert, and he said, what we're going to do, we're going to use AI to actually determine 10,000 businesses a month. We're going to give them funding for 3 years, and we're going to then keep them going for 3 years, after which they have to become self-sufficient. So I said, 10,000 a month. What, every month? Oh, yes. So that's 120,000 businesses a year. And I said, and how are you going to do it? Oh, he said, oh, AI. You know, we're just going to push a button, and AI is going to create and fund 120,000 businesses a year in Britain. And he said, what do you think? I said, you're mad. How on earth, for one moment in your lives, can you think that AI is going to actually support 120,000 businesses? And these are startups that really need support at the same time. How on earth are you going to actually really create any sort of impact, any traction with them at all? So, at some ways, I look at the values of AI. Now, one of my other friends is a wonderful Asian professor. And basically, recently, we often have, we go to a tea room. I love my tea. And so we go to a tea room in Oxford Street, and we talk about the world. And he's wonderful. Now, basically, this gentleman has found a new way of actually detecting breast cancer. And so what it does now is that partly using AI, but it goes to a technique that we were laughing about when this was first envisaged. because the technique first started in 1944. 1944. And the Russians in 1944 wanted to have a method of actually detecting a lie detector test on whether or not certain agents were actually working for them or working for another side. They created this machine. It didn't work to detect lie detection, but it did detect certain abnormalities in the body. Work through all these years later, basically this is a new AI system as well, where, as I understand it, it's very invasive for women to actually have a breast cancer test because it's very painful, it takes a long time to actually do as well. This new process with AI is non-painful, and they can actually detect in 20 minutes with AI, is there breast cancer there or not? And his hope is, over the next 5 years, to actually almost eradicate breast cancer in the world. So AI has a tremendous value at the same time, but how do we, and this is the thing that I ponder on all the time, how do we actually teach our young people? They may not have a job. How do we teach our young people that the vision that they expected in this world may not happen? What I teach and preach, my own television show, the Royally Rich Lifestyle Show, that's my plug, so is really designed to promote and give communities a voice. My show goes out right across the world, especially to places like America. And so what I try to do now is give as many communities, and you're very welcome to come and talk to me afterwards. I'll give you a card, you can come on the show, and you can come and talk to me and the world about how you feel. I think it's the most important thing of all in this world right now for people to actually feel they are being listened to. Now, there's a wonderful gentleman in the room, Timothy, who is a great friend of mine, who came on the show a little while ago, who talks about peace, and boy, do we need peace right now. Do we need the energy in the room that is actually going to give them a future at the same time? How do we do that? That's a question mark. And I hope that really through the types of work that we do, events like this, really stay a method and a message that people want to hear hope. They want to desire a future, and especially for our young people. So I hope I haven't gone on for too long about this at the same time, because I think it's a very, very important issue to actually talk about, and how education has to be truthful, I think, from now on, to actually see how can people actually survive and thrive in the 21st century. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Jonathan, are you ready right now? Can you able to hear me? Can you unmute yourself? Dr. Jonathan, yeah, please ask to unmute. Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Dr. Jonathan Molai, thank you so much for your presence here. Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you, Dr. Jonathan.
Thank you. Would you like me to commence my presentation?
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'm very pleased to share with you what information we have on the question of the governance architecture and education systems undergoing digital transformation. And as I am sure everybody in the room appreciates, this is a very, very open question right now.
war-affected contexts and peace-affected contexts, where the question of education has different connotations from peacetime contexts. So I'll try and straddle the full breadth of the frame of the discussions. So to start with the global governing frameworks that look at AI and AI's impact and advantages for education. And it is true to say that what's there at the moment, in comparison to the speed at which AI technology is advancing, is quite modest. Really, the weight of guidance falls on UNESCO, which produced its recommendation on ethics on AI in 2021. It also has recommendations on AI and education specifically, which were also produced in 2021 as an adjunct to the ethics piece. And then more recently, they looked at specific guidance earlier this year for education and generative AI. And just to be clear, when they talk about what they're talking about is a subset of AI overall, but this subset is focused on producing new content such as text, pictures, videos, mathematical equations, computer programs, typically in response to a prompt by the user. So you can immediately see how this would be significant for an educational domain. Additionally, the OECD, the organization I am a member of, published its AI principles in 2023, and I will unpack those in a moment. The EU is the one organization that has something that is more legally binding in its framework. It has an AI Act which was introduced in 2022, which does try and impose some regulatory standardization across the EU's members, but of course it is just specific to the EU's members. And the African Union has also produced a continental AI strategy in 2024. But overall, they are the main bodies of frameworks that speak, if you say at a multilateral level, to the question of AI in education. A lot of what is happening in terms of regulatory frameworks is essentially happening within individual countries. It is very much multi-paced, and it is very much chasing after an industry that has accelerated significantly into the distance. So that's what the global framework looks like. If you want to get a sense of how this is playing out specifically within what we see with the OECD analysis, I'll put out, let me start by saying what are the OECD's AI principles cover, and then have a look at some analysis just published a few months ago on how this is playing out in education. So for the AI principles, what they've tried to do is to put a framework within which AI can be integrated and developed responsibly to the benefit of governments and people. So there are 5 principles, and the first one looks at inclusive growth, sustainable development, and well-being. And I think the addition of well-being is particularly important there. The second element is the integration and respect for human rights and democratic values, including fairness and privacy. The third principle speaks about the importance of transparency and explainability. So the explainability element picks up on the fact that so much of the knowledge and intellectual that sits behind AI is beyond public reach, it's beyond public access. So the explainability about how these things are built, what goes into them and how they operate is something that's seen as a key part of more effective communications and clarity into the future. The fourth principle focuses on robustness, security. I think it's self-explanatory in that. And the last principle focuses on accountability. And so far we have 47 countries who have signed up to the OECD AI principles. So not a bad start, but in a global context, you would have to say at the same time quite modest. If we look at where the OECD is, what it's observing in terms of the integration of AI in education to date, let me start with a very quick anecdote based on some research. So in a pilot study that observed how AI was integrated in a particular region in Turkey, what they observed was that student performance in the short term, where access to AI tools improved by 48%. where that student experience integrated AI with tutor-based learning, so human interface, their performance was found to have improved by 127% based on the mean. However, when the same students were assessed without access to AI tools, it was found that the performance was 17% poorer than those students who had no access to AI at all. So I think that is a really good example of the pros and the cons, that there is a way of integrating AI to enhance the learning experience, but there is also an immediately associated risk of dependencies being developed that actually impact negatively on the learning experience. So it was an interesting pilot, and there are others like that. In our most recent publication on the OECD Digital Education Outlook in 2026, so just a few months ago, we can see evidence that AI can enhance the learning experience, but there is a risk of what is referred to as metacognitive engagement, so essentially an impact on how people learn, and that the evidence around this impact is growing stronger. So essentially there is a tension in the discussion about integrating AI for education in terms of what actually enhances the learning experience and actually what gets to solutions to questions faster, and there is a dependency element that plays out in that dynamic. Some of the other things that jumped out of that report, there is some of the structural impacts of integrating generative AI in particular. On the positive side, it was found that often generative AI integrated into educational platforms enhanced educational platforms in terms of an information hub. It simply gave them access to more information to work with. Where it was geared and organized appropriately, it could also enhance a personalized learning experience. This was seen as potentially significant for people who have different education development pathways, different learning speeds essentially. It could also be advantageous to teachers in terms of organizing feedback, individualized feedback for students, and in some cases it was found to be beneficial for generating group tasks and also generating certain elements of creativity. On the negative side though, where dependencies of use sit in, there is the around systems and institutional management. So AI used in a kind of an organizational application can be very effective in aiding things like classification and standardization of educational processes, of examinations, of curricula, and that this is often seen to, the best results of this were seen where there a human element of the system was always maintained as the most prominent piece. So AI in support, not AI in the lead. So I think on the evidence that we have to date, and it is very, it is a very fast-moving field. What we can see already is that insofar as a regulatory framework is emerging around education and the integration of AI, there is clearly an issue with how this can be enforced. This technology is already out there. People are using it in a wide variety of ways. And institutions that were essentially designed for a completely different way of delivering education are really struggling to find ways to adapt and integrate this technology in a way that protects the learning experience for students. So there is an enforcement question. There is, as the previous speaker said, a number of health impacts, not just mental health impacts. There is obviously a strong element of cognitive health that is at play as well. But there is also a question around how this impacts communities of learning in terms of how they exchange together. A lot of people in the room, I'm sure, have been through kind of collegiate experience of learning where that human interface is an essential part of how we learn. There is a risk that gets diminished as part of AI advanced platforms. And there is also a question of how we think about community and by association state resilience, where negative dependencies sit in. So again, this constant trade-off and dynamic between the positive potential and the negative impact of dependencies kicking in. From a peace point of view, and this is where my work on conflicts and fragility of the OECD is most focused, the biggest concern we have is around what this means for how we see inequality develop in many different countries. My work focuses on the interplay between risks, drivers of risk and drivers of resilience. And it is clear that already that the integration of AI in countries that are transitioning from conflict or still in conflict does carry a number of risks to it, as well as advantages. But the risks seem to be more pronounced right now. So there are concerns. On the positive side, what we have seen, for example, is that where there is digital accessibility, and accessibility is the fundamental element here, there is the potential for educational opportunities to be extended to particularly rural areas or communities who are isolated to get access to education that they couldn't otherwise get, and to get access to it at a standard that empowered by AI that would be better than what they may be able to get access to otherwise. That potential exists. The difficulty with that is often a lot of the countries that are going through peace transitions or affected by conflict are data poor countries. So AI in many cases is often only as good as the data that it can generate, say locally or regionally. And so if you're looking at, for example, a health program, the data there tends to be really, really strong, so that's good. If you're looking at something that's more community-based or more indigenous, the data can often be quite weak, and therefore the AI offer is by association weak. Also, if you think about the global models within which AI is being delivered at a macro level, it has been driven by for-profit companies. It has also been driven by major states who have the most access to those companies within their borders. This is creating obviously a tension in the system, and this can lead to negative impacts at a local level around data displacement, around fraud, around job displacement, and where there is an issue, an inequality already with digital literacy, either in terms of basic access to online resources or mobile technology, or indeed constrained or somehow limited access to digital platforms where they do have access, then the potential for additional inequality to be layered into a system is undoubtedly present. And where we have seen some evidence of this already is in differences between the digital learning experience of boys versus girls. So there is something there. So there is an element of this, I think, particularly for countries who are going through transitions, not just about how AI affects the educational offer, but how AI, education and justice come together in the same context. And that is a question that will need to be teased out carefully as this technology accelerates more and more, and as a regulatory framework does its best to catch up with that acceleration in a way that serves the interests of people foremost. So I think that is the picture that we're seeing right now. It is, as I said at the outset, extremely dynamic. All countries, states and organizations from the UN to the smallest states are grappling with this issue in real time. But while the technology is leaping ahead, it is a difficult challenge. But nonetheless, there are the signposts through UNESCO, OECD, African Union, where we can see the skeleton of an effective response emerging forward. So I hope that gives you a sense of what we're seeing from our position at the OECD. There are, of course, at this stage more questions and answers, I think, with this type of subject, but I hope it gives you a sense of where the data and analysis is pointing to at this moment in time. Back to you, Nyla. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jonathan. Just wait, Arna miss, because we have another speaker here. We have a very limited time. So, Jonathan, sir, just have a look. The question is there. The Arna is sent a question. Arna has sent a question. Please have a look in that chat box. If you can, please reply, or you can wait. I will pass to one of the another speaker. Then we will come back to you. Yeah. Please. This is Professor Arna, one of the excellency here. So I'm very glad she's going to give us presentation. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to keep it very short. First of all, thank you to Neelam for inviting us, and Nicola, two very important people to me, and His Royal Highness Grace, and the Queen Mother is here, and so many beautiful, important guests that I met, and I'm appreciated that I was invited today. Okay, for anybody that feeds me at lunchtime, sorry. All right, I tend to not have lunch normally, so I tend to get very sleepy when I have it at lunch. I survive on teas till about 11 o'clock at night. So I'm going to try to make it short and sweet. To be honest, I'm the wrong person to talk about artificial intelligence. I'm very old-fashioned. I tend to believe in things keeping as they are. But what I found amazing is that it does make your work a bit easier. So when we talk about innovation or new techniques, we're not just talking about shiny new technologies like Apple phones and so on, or startups in Silicon Valley. We're talking about ecosystems. That comes into it as well. Networks of people, organizations, ideas that shape change, which is what we need. Because if we don't change with the environment, if you look at the trees, if you look at nature, it also changes, it adapts. So as human beings, we also have to change and adapt. All right, that's important. Because if we don't, we get left behind. But that doesn't mean that all change is good. We have to find out what suits us, what suits our communities, our work, our environment. So how do we do that? Well, we need to understand what the future is, where we're heading. Like I said, not all change is good. I look around. I lived in a little town. It was a very small town when I moved there, Hounslow. You could jump over the Heathrow airport, get on the plane without a passport. All right, you can't do that anymore, not with the security. Hounslow has grown. I don't like the change. I don't like all the change that's there. I'll be honest with you. I don't like what's happened to my communities. So what do? We all need to get involved. We can't blame someone else. We can't blame the governments. We can't blame somebody else. We have to be there. We talk about human trafficking. We talk about peace. It starts with us. Number one, starts with us. The same way we could use new technology to help us. All right. Just like my colleague just said a few minutes ago, it breaks my heart. I see it in my local paper. Kids leaving school. In the old days, you could get a job, summer job. Kids are leaving school, they want money. Their parents can't support them. That's why they call it the mom and dad's bank now, because we are supporting our children. So what happens? How do they get the jobs? They want the jobs. So anybody that tells me that young people are lazy and not keen, come and talk to me, and I'll show you 100 young people who want to do a job, willing to do voluntary work as well. They're not even getting voluntary work. I had a school come to me the other day, a university, saying, ma'am, we're willing to do voluntary work, but we're not getting references. People want to use us, but they won't give us a reference then. All right? That's wrong, because without a reference, you can't get a job. I believe, I've been asked to talk about, how we can bring artificial intelligence into the workplace. Well, like I said, I was very much against it. I was the one putting up my hand. No, I'm not going to go for it. But I found it does help my job, especially when you're typing things and writing things. But there is a danger to it as well, which I'm sure other people will touch on it. Sometimes you don't realize you're on the phone, like it happened to me the other day. I was on the phone, a friend rang up, I talked to her on the other phone, but I forgot my first phone was still on. And she was backbiting a friend common. And without thinking, the message went to that. Caused a lot of problems, all right? All right, so so you have to double check. And the worst thing for me was I sent a message to my daughter asking about my grandson, my firstborn grandson, and he's my heart, he's everything to me. And he's only 14. And I sent her a message, without me checking it, I sent it, and I said, the word changed to, instead of does, he died. And my daughter rang, she said, what do you mean? He's at school. And I was like, what? I said, I just said, did he do? And I checked it, and I'll tell you something. I feel the earth, because he means life to me, all right? And I was so sure, and I deleted it, and I was like praying, God, and it scares the life out of you. I watch a lot of films like Terminators and stuff like that, machines taking us over. So anyway, going back to what I'm supposed to be talking, is we can use the new technology to retrain ourselves, learn to control it rather than it controlling us, all right? That's what you need to do. You need to use it so that it benefits you, not the other way around. And we need to know the good points about it, the bad points about it. We can't just take it because we haven't discovered it. We just gone into it. Just like we went into having the injections for COVID. How many of people have died of that, has long-lasting health issues? I have. I've never been ill in my life. After that, my knees goes, my brain's going, and everything. And I even, so there are side effects of everything. All right, so how do we make sure these opportunities are accessible to everybody? Because a lot of the young people don't have the knowledge. In this day and age, in UK, which is a modern country, we do not have children having breakfast. How can they think? They're relying on food banks. They can't have these technologies because you need if they don't have the laptops or the latest technology to be trained on, some schools can't even afford that. They have one laptop amongst 20 kids. So we will ask, is there people who want to get rid of those laptops or whatever so we can upgrade them and do, So we need to get education authorities, companies, organizations working together if we are to make this country and our youth, all right, be proactive, have jobs. Because when people don't have jobs, they don't have money, they turn to crime, they turn to other things. And that's what happens. All right. We all know that. All right. Why do we protect our children? But to me, each child, whether it's my own child or if it's someone else, is a child that deserves the best. And I have worked in that field all my life. And I will continue to do so. Just like each of you that are here, because you want to do the best for every and each person. And there is no competition. I say this to everybody. There are organizations that say, oh, if you're doing it, oh, you're in competition. My theory is, if there are 1 billion organizations in the world doing the same thing, some people will use you, some people will use someone else because they have similar aims and goals. We are not in competition. If we all join hands, we can be create the change that we need to see in the world. All right, and that's what I want to see before I leave this world. All right, Nilet, please tell me if I'm going over my time because I don't want to upset anybody. All right, well, how many people actually have access? All right, so let's make sure that each and every person that's here today goes back and makes a promise to get in touch with your local schools, local education authorities, or community groups and see what you can do. Even if you only give them an hour a month, that's enough. let's make sure that education is the key for way forward, right? And that is because my father, when we came here, he used to say to me, people can take your wealth away, people can take your properties away, people can take everything away from you, but what they cannot take away from you is your education. And that education and your common sense will make sure that you succeed. I left school without any education. I left at 16 because I didn't want to follow what my father had a dream, me to be a teacher, my brother to be a doctor, or the other way around. But as life would have it, I ended up being a trainer, being a leader. At the age of 19, I was running, because if it's in your fate, you will do it. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me, and I hope you found it interesting. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. So I think now close that all these things, please. We are going to close the Zoom right now. So everything is over in the online. So we are going to the live shows right now. So now I think, Lona, are you here? Yeah. So Lona is going to take the other panel. Before that, I think the people are a little bit lazy, right? Is everyone lazy, or do you want some dance? Shall we go and run dance? Yes, please. Who is dance ready right now? 2 minutes. Because they are tired. They're too much. Maybe people a bit tired and, they want some energy, right? Come on, guys. Who's going to give the dance? Come on. Please come quicker. We don't have enough time, my dear boys. Time goes faster. And then, after the speech, we have a song as well. Because people are tired. I could see. When we are listening a lot, then we will sleep. Myself, honestly. So, yeah, we can't really listen too much. 20 minutes only we can listen, isn't it? Several times I told them, please make it 5 minutes, but people always forget about 5 minutes. So, we can't say. There's a human nature. Anyway, boys, ready? Yes, please come. Yeah. 1 second.
தண்ணி காட்டு வருஷ புலி அண்ணேன்ற எங்க அண்ணேன்ற எதிரிக்கு தண்ணி காட்டு தலைவன் எங்க அண்ணேன்ற எங்க அண்ணேன்ற நெல்லி அடி நெத்தி கடி இல்லரடி சொல்லி கடி அண்ணேன்ற வெற்றி மண்ணேன்ற என்னன்ற நீ என்னன்ற என்னன்ற நீ என்னன்ற இரவு தெரியுமா அடிச்ச அடி புரியுமா என்னன்ற நீ என்னன்ற அன்புலதான் பஞ்சுடா அசராத நேற்றுடா அண்ணேன்ற எங்க அண்ணேன்ற ஏ சாக்குறத உனக்கெங்கிறத நீ சாக்குறத இது ஏய்கிறது இல்லாலங்கடி ஆட்டமா திரும்பி போடு ஓட்டமா என்னன்ற நீ என்னன்ற என்னன்ற நீ என்னன்ற பன்னி காட்டு வருஷ புலி அண்ணேன்ற எங்க அண்ணேன்ற எதிரிக்கு தண்ணி காட்டு தலைவனங்க அண்ணேன்ற எங்க அண்ணேன்ற ஏ நெல்லி கட்டி நெத்தி கட்டி இல்லரடி சொல்லி கட்டி அண்ணேன்ற வெற்றி மண்ணேன்ற என்னன்ற புயலடா முக்குளிக்குது புலியடா என்னான்ற நீ என்னான்ற கரும்புலிக்கின் கடலடா வீர பழை வயலடா அண்ணேன்ற எங்க அண்ணேன்ற ஏ குண்டு குழப்பம் வேலை கெட்ட குழப்பு மண்ணக்கலப்பு எல்லாம் நம்ம பொறுப்பு எதிர்கிட்ட சொல்லடா எனஞ்சு நீ நில்லடா என்னான்ற நீ என்னான்ற என்னான்ற நீ என்னான்ற தண்ணி காட்டு வருஷ புலி அண்ணேன்ற நம்ம அண்ணேன்ற எதிர்க்கு தண்ணி காட்டு தலைவனுங்க அண்ணேன்ற நம்ம அண்ணேன்ற ஏதல்லி கட்டி நெச்சி கட்டி பிள்ளரடி சொல்லி கட்டி அண்ணேன்ற வெற்றி மண்ணேன்ற என்னான்ற நீ என்னான்ற என்னான்ற நீ என்னான்ற ஏய் என்னான்ற
அண்ணேன்ற
Thank you so much, my dear boys. This is my uncle figure in there. That's him. At the age of 21, he sacrificed his life for our people, Elam Tamils. So today is a remembrance day of his. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Lona Masha. She will take that other panel. So, sorry, my dear. I'm sorry. She's my chair of
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. It is a pleasure to be here this evening, and I hope you all had fun so far. There's been loads of food, so I know everybody's filled. So welcome to this part of the panel, of the agenda. I am honored to introduce the next panel. I'm standing in for a colleague of mine who unfortunately wasn't able to make it, Nelly Stefanova. But the next panel is about peace. And this is one of the many hats I wear, if not the biggest hat I wear, because I'm a peace ambassador, and I've got our chair of Universal Peace Federation here, and Ian, who is one of our patrons. So peace for me is a big thing. When we talk about peace, it's not the absence of conflict. It's about justice, equality, and respect. So we need peace in everything that we do. So with our panel today, we've got two lovely gentlemen. So if I can just introduce my panelists. My first panelist is my brother and friend, Dr. Ambassador Timothy John Baptist. He is the CEO for Time for World Peace. He's a community development and peace building practitioner. Timothy. My next panelist is Mr. Taran Golai. He's the chairman, St. John's Wood Capital. He's an entrepreneur and a philanthropist. Welcome, Mr. Taran. Taran Golati. Okay, spelled wrong. So, my apologies, sir. I will now hand you over to my panelist, and Tim. So, yes.
Oh, it's a lot of feedback. Hello, can everybody hear me? No, can everybody hear me? Good afternoon to you all. I'd like to thank Nina for the very kind invitation. My name is Dr. Timothy John Baptiste. I would like to thank the dignitaries and all the guests and welcome everybody here today. Now, I would just like a little bit of your time. I run an organization, a peace organization, but I really truly believe that we have an issue when it comes to peace. And when I say issue, I'm going to look at the room just here and see where the problem lies. Now, I would like everybody who'd like peace to stand up. Just stand up. If you'd like the world to be peaceful, just simply stand up. All right, has everyone stood up? Is anybody sitting down? All right, I don't want to embarrass anybody, but if you also would like the world to be at peace, sit down. If you'd like the world to be at peace, sit down. Sit down. I'm introducing a bit of exercise, trying to liven everybody up, okay? If you'd like the world to be at peace, raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air. Okay. Now you can put them down. Wave them down. If you'd like the world to be at peace, wave down. Yeah? We're trying to get a little bit of exercise. Now, we have a problem, and you know why. Everybody knows this is a symbol for peace, and most of us would say we'd like peace in the world. So the first question I put to you is, would you like the world to be peaceful? 8 billion people in the world. Would you like the world to be peaceful? And I'll answer it for you. Many of you would say yes. I'm then going to ask you the second question. And the second question is, are you at peace in your world? And a few people have said yes. All right? But I'm now going to ask you 4 questions. I run an organization called Time for World Peace. Could everybody say that? Time for World Peace. It's time for the world to be peaceful. I am now going to ask you 4 personal questions, and bless you. And I would really like you to be honest with your response. The first question is, are you at peace with yourself? Your mental health, your well-being, and who you are. We've heard about trafficking, we've heard about drugs, we've heard about wars, and there are many people out there who are not at peace with themselves because they're being used by people. They're being abused by people. They have been beaten by people. Violence against themselves. And many people are not at peace with themselves. But are you at peace with yourself? Second one, we're going to go out to another layer. 8 billion people in the world. We're going to start with one person and we're going to ask questions on certain levels. The second question, are you at peace with your family? And I saw somebody shaking their head. Now, can you imagine? Are you at peace in your world? Would you like your world to be, would you like the world to be peaceful? Yes. Are you at peace in your world? Many said no initially. Are you at peace with family? Brothers, sisters, your sons, your daughters, your cousins, your wife, your husband. Are you at peace in your family unit? Third question, where you live, are you at peace with your neighbors? And the fourth question is, when you leave your home and you go out into your world, your community, are you at peace on those 4 levels? Now, I wonder, when I asked the first 2 questions, many of us stood up. I wonder how many people would stand up now if they were real honest to the 4 questions that I asked. Are you at peace with yourself? Are you at peace with your family? Are you at peace with your neighbors? And are you at peace in your community? Whoever could say yes to those 4 questions, can you stand up, please? Now do you see the difference? Can we kindly sit down again? I regard this community here as a peaceful community, good, honest, hard-working people, but yet still there are some amongst us who are not even at peace in our worlds. So I'm going to give you a quick example. I embarked on this journey of Time for World Peace. I would very much like the world to be peaceful. I had to question myself. I wrote a list down of every single person in my life 15 years ago who I wasn't at peace with. My uncle, 3 cousins, a neighbor, a series of friends, some work colleagues. I wrote down a list of the people who I wasn't at peace with, and what I did, I set my phone to alarm every day at 4 o'clock. And that reminds me it's time for world peace. And whoever came to my mind at that moment in time, 4 o'clock, I picked up the phone and I rang Michael, a friend of mine for many years ago, we'd fallen out, and I rang him to resolve what had gone on between the two of us. We are now at peace. Me and Michael are close friends. I went down to a next door neighbor, I won't call her name, to resolve what had gone on between me and her, and we're now at peace with each other. I contacted my uncle who I wasn't at peace with. I spoke to him, formed a relationship which we had. Unfortunately, he died a few years ago, but we got to a place where we were at peace with each other. His children, my cousins, I reached out to them and I made peace with them. I went through each person on my list and I reached out to make my world peaceful. So my challenge to every person here, for those of you particularly who remain sitting down, if you would like the world to be at peace, my challenge to you is, and my request to you is, reach out and make peace with the people who you are not at peace with. And every time one of you reaches out and makes peace with somebody in your world, you've just made the whole world that we all share and live in slightly more peaceful than it was. Now, I'm a teacher, a little background about me. I started this and I did a cleansing for myself. I then took this initiative to a school and I taught the children about time for world peace. Initially, I thought it just went straight over their heads until one young man came to school and said, "Sir, after a conversation with you, I went home and I made peace with my dad. I hadn't spoken to my dad for 3 years." Another young lady had fallen out with her mother. She was living with her aunties and she said, "Based on what you said to me, I reached out to make peace with my auntie." And the list goes on. Now, I'm aware of time. I kindly ask each and every person here to form relationships. We've got things going on across the world, communities breaking down and violence on the streets, wars going on. But I ask, as you as an individual, focus on making your world peaceful. Spread the message to others. Be an example to your children that you've made peace with somebody. I want you to make your world peaceful. And I will stop right there. And all I simply ask you to remember is 4 o'clock is a new version of peace which I've created. And I ask that at 4 o'clock each day, reflect and think, who could I make peace with in my world? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Timothy. I'll now hand over to Mr. Tarun.
Hi, my name's Tarun Gulati. I stood for Mayor of London, then for Parliament. Talking of peace, thank you for that insight. There are over 287 nations in London that call home, the diaspora. And are they really at peace? Well, people are looking over their shoulders as we speak. The clutter of guns, Your Royal Highnesses, have stopped in the 54 countries in Africa where I've also lived and served on several boards there. But still there's strife, still there's unrest, and still there's poverty. And a lot of peace comes when people come together. It's all in the mind, that moment of truth when people feel everything is going well. It's all about social integration, education. It's about governments coming together. It's about institutions making a difference. Now, there hasn't been complete and lasting peace, very few examples, but there are moments in history where things have happened positively. If you look at the Good Friday Agreement, now Good Friday Agreement, which was caused where the nationalists, the unionists, and the UK government, there were decades of strife and war. Many people lost their lives, but peace was possible by recognizing that two countries are sovereign, recognizing when you negotiate peace, you got to give some, and also making sure that the institutions worked and people lay down their arms. So that's what peace meant in that context. But if you look at the Camp David Accords, where Egypt and Israel were fighting wars, there again, there was international mediation. And then enemies that have been fighting various wars for decades are actually now living in peace. If you look at the Dayton Agreement between Bosnia, there again, today there is peace where thousands and thousands lost their lives over because there was international peacekeeping force, and there was again recognition that peace needs to prevail. So, and then if you look at closer to home, the European integration, for centuries there have been wars across in the continent, but with economic integration, by understanding there is commonality between the various nations, by recognizing that peace can prevail despite the two world wars that have been fought across, peace can prevail. Now people talk of negative peace and positive peace. It's both not the same. When you talk of negative peace, it's all about where the clutter of guns has stopped, but still there's no social cohesion, there is no coming together of institution. Positive peace comes when all that happens and people actually are at peace. There is education, there is cohesion, their demographics come together. You see, when people find that there's social cohesion, there's education, there's economic stability, that's when peace will prevail. So at the end of the day, peace is not a myth. It can be achieved. But today, the wars have changed. If you look at the current conflicts going on between Ukraine and Russia, or whether it's differences between America and China, or if you look at China and Taiwan, or you look at the recent Middle Eastern conflict. I've lived and served as a CEO across the Middle East as a banker, investment banker. So I can tell you, and I've visited Iran also, the wars are different today. Folks are nuclear armed, there's asymmetrical warfare, and people can find peace through dialogue. So it's always important that even though wars are going on, you got to continue with the dialogue. You got to ensure that there are mediators there. You got to understand that international law needs to be maintained. And that's where Africa today is what many would call the last frontier. And I'm a friend of Africa. I've written various articles on that and lived across Asia Pacific. Peace is possible provided people come together. It's a matching of hearts and minds which matters. It's a matter of institutions recognizing, and it's also understandable that today a superpower is no longer the superpower it used to be. As we've recently seen, people will give whatever it takes to protect their rights, their homeland. So at the end of the day, let's look for peace. Let's get those minds together. Let's get those institutions together, and let's get together. Thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you, Your Highnesses, and thank you to all the other speakers who spoke so well. Have a wonderful evening ahead.
Thank you so much. I mean, that was great. I mean, to summarize that panel, you know, I loved Timothy's question. Are you at peace with yourself? I think self-evaluation is great and it's fantastic. Because if you don't fix yourself and your cup is not full, how can you quench somebody else's thirst? Do you agree? You know, and then listening to Mr. Tarun, he spoke about we have 287 nations in the diaspora. That is huge. So diversity is key. You know, then obviously mindset, social and economic integration is key. And I loved what you said, marching our hearts and minds. So today is about peace. And I'd like to, you know, ask a few people in the audience, you know, what does peace mean to you? Any hands, please? Come on, wakey. Yes, Auntie Elizabeth. What does peace mean to you?
Amen. Praise the Lord. Peace means being at one with God. We are all created by God. We didn't make ourselves. And one thing you will find in anyone who is showing or portraying peace is that their hearts are at peace with God.
Thank you so much. Any other? kindness. Oh, that's wonderful. Anybody else? Sorry. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Being happy, being nice to others, and being fulfilled with yourself and being for the others as well. Thank you.
Any last one? Oh.
For me, it means freedom and softness, acceptance, from which strength can grow to create a new world.
Yes, sir.
Finding a meaningful solution amongst the warring parties. It doesn't matter. War doesn't mean taking a gun and fight. It doesn't mean. That means sometimes you have fighting with your wife, argument. That is a kind of warfare. Okay, a meaningful solution you have to find out amongst the warring faction. Love each other. Respect the neighbors. Respect the poor. Respect the rich. Everybody. If we want to run the world, we need everybody. We need the rich people. We need the poor people. We need the guards, army, navy, everybody. Otherwise, it's very difficult to maintain peace. Peace is a very big thing and is very difficult to understand by many people. Actually, we need proper education. That's what we want.
Thank you so much. Oh, Tara.
Thank you. I think peace is a state of harmony, calm, and freedom from conflict. All glories to God. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you, everyone. As you can see, that was great. But to summarize this panel, I think we need to remember diversity is our strength. Would you agree? Okay. And dialogue is a tool that we will use to create peace. And respect is the foundation on which we can build peace. Thank you, everyone, and I must thank my panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next one we have to
Okay, yeah, we have to do the equality one. Let me do the equality one first, and then we do that. Okay. Okay, it's probably because it's close to that one. Oh, hang on, let me do this. Sorry, bear with me. Sorry. Okay.
Hi everyone, please don't move on. This last panel, then we have the dance and certificates. Please wait, please wait. I know it's a bit tiring, but someone who came later, maybe they feel cool, but whoever comes early morning, obviously they feel tired. I understand that point. Please, please, thank you.
Okay, our next panel is about equality, cultural norms, and protection of women and girls. I've called it equality because we keep talking about gender equality, but we need equality for all. Will you agree? Yes. So that is why I also now don't say just gender equality, but we need equality for all. But coming back to gender equality, we've had a journey. a lot has changed, but there's still a lot to be done. The effects of war is on us. Poverty is rife. But when you think about it, some of the men may disagree, but I believe women are the heads of the household. You may disagree, but at the same time, you can also say, we're the next. Let the man be the head. Am I right? But if we don't turn, nothing's happening. Yeah? But then you'll also ask yourself, how come 1 in 3 women globally are killed every 10 minutes? That is huge, you know, when you think about it. We now live in a world where we've got hate crimes and everything else is going on. But why is the family falling apart? Because women, when the mothers are sound, the household is sound. So when we think about it, women are important. It's like now we're fighting to get into leadership roles to make a difference. Because men can't juggle, we can multitask. So why have people tell us what to do when we can be the ones that can tell and what we've experienced and how things can go? We can add to the conversation. So in saying that, I've got my gender equality panel, and it's about a discussion. I really don't want to talk about results because we've done that for so long. It's about action. It's about how we all can make a difference to make this world a better place. Would you agree? Okay. So with my panel today, I am excited about this panel. My first panelist is Dr. She's a counselor. She's an ambassador. Dr. Funmi Ademola. She's a humanitarian practitioner, a recipient of a honorary doctorate. She's got a peace-building experience. She's a community leader. It goes on. And when I grow up, I want to be like this woman. Welcome. My next panelist is Chris Conway. He's a charity founder, a homelessness campaigner, a mental health advocate, a public speaker dedicated to creating positive change. And I should have said, Chris Conway, CBE. My next panelist is Tracy Coleman. She is a community affairs director of the Church of Scientology. She is definitely a humanitarian, and she teaches human rights. So let's welcome Tracy. Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. So today's paperwork. Sorry. So today's discussion. Today's discussion. No. We should have sandwiched you in the middle. Today's discussion is about truth, responsibility, and transformation within families and communities, institutions, and obviously in a digital space. Thank you for being on the panel. Nice. Okay. So my first question, obviously, is looking at the landscape. Over the past decade, we've seen remarkable strides in gender equality, from policy reforms to growing representation in leadership, yet progress remains uneven across regions and sectors. As we reflect on this journey, I'd like to ask you, what progress have you seen in gender equality over the last decade? And where do you believe the greatest gap still exists? Anybody?
Sure.
Yeah.
Me, obviously, it's quite strange being the only male on a gender equality panel.
We love it.
I'm not too sure I made the right decision saying yes to this, but okay, we'll go for it. I think we've. Oh, hello. I think we've seen, more situations where we've seen females in leadership roles, in higher places of authority. But I think we've still got a long way to go. Domestic violence is on the rise from a female perspective. Online abuse is at an all-time high. I just think we need to put more work into fixing that. And I think Ian said before he's the biggest feminist in the room. Sorry, Squire. I think I take that one. I was raised by my mum, my gran, my sister, so I'm very big into gender equality and things like that. So yeah, it's good to see. But there is a lot of work that we need to do. And these kind of events are the best way to deal with it, If no one's talking about it, then nothing's going to happen. It's all well and good, gender equality on paper is not the same as gender equality in practice. So I always say that evil survives in silence, so speak about it. And it always makes me laugh on trains. Here on trains, if you see it, say it, sort it. British Transport Police. Yeah, well, it works with this, see it, say something, and it'll get fixed. If you don't say something, then you're just as bad as the perpetrator in my eyes. Sorry.
Great. I'm a fan of LBC News, and recently I was listening to one of my favorite radio podcasts, and a gentleman called in, and it was about gender equality. And I think he is in his 30s. And I was shocked by the comment he made about his family. He said, I am the leader of my family. So I was driving and I was shocked by that comment. So, and I think he's living in the sort of gender rules of the 50s. If he's the leader of his family, he might be the controller, the protector, the breadwinner. And a lot of things could be added to that. So in today's society, I think we need to be realistic about whether women and men can have equal rights, or whether what we have, the law we have across different agencies, is effective enough to give women same rights as men. I think there's still quite a lot of gaps that we need to sort of look into. Yes, that's what I think I would right now say, except if question is being asked, then I can, add to that. So we still have a long way to go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to add to that, some data to that, women have 64% of the rights compared to men. So you are right. Okay. Over to you, Tracy.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi. So I wanted to bring something positive to the table. When I saw this question, I thought, well, what progress have we made? And this is an interesting piece of progress. In 2015, there was the first time that there was a female bishop that was put onto post. Her name was Dame Sarah Mullally. So in 2015, it was the first religious woman who attained a very high senior position of power within the Church of England. So that's progress in a different aspect. And I'd like to respond to Councillor Fumi's comment that, about the gentleman who said, I'm the leader of the family. Well, we can all lead. We all have strengths as women, as youth, as men, as young men. We all bring qualities of leadership to the family, to the workplace, and to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My next question is, how does culture, education, and social norms influence gender equality in our communities?
Hello again.
I like an active man, don't you? Go ahead.
Stop it with the misogynistic behaviour. For me, it's education's a massive one in gender equality. So I'm big on education in every aspect of life. So in 30 years' time, who are the people that are going to be sat here trying to campaign for world peace? It's the people that are going to be in the schools now. Well, maybe give or take a few years. So I think education's really important. Children don't learn from anything apart from what they are taught and what they see. So, you know, you've got a lot of negative things on social media, on Netflix, on TikTok, all these things, you know, unrealistic views on life. So it's our job to go into the schools and to educate these children properly on gender equality, so they don't grow up in 1960 where they think it's normal for the women to be in the kitchen making food and the men to be out gathering and hunting. That's not how we're not cavemen anymore, you know. We've got cars powered by batteries. We're moving on a bit. So, yeah.
Culture, yes. I'm a Christian, and from birth, and I came from the church today to this place, to this event. And growing up, I was listening and I'd reading the scriptures about how religion has been an agent of change since the time of Genesis to Revelations. And when it came to the time of Apostle Paul, he was preaching about how women should operate in quietness, probably be submissive, if you like. So culture and tradition has sort of key role to play in gender equality. And the allyship is a duty, collective responsibility of everyone to change the narrative from the time of the scripture to those who believe in other religion, perhaps, who may be agents of change. And I want to echo on what fellow panelists said about going to school and educate young people. We have the Gen Zs, we have the Gen Alphas, we have the millennials are still respectful, but the Gen Zs and the Gen A, I think we need to educate them about the responsibility, and charity begins at home. As a mom and a grandmother, I know the sort of education I'm giving to my children, as well extending it to my grandchildren. So I think it's a collective responsibility of every one of us to now start changing the narrative and educating our children. Education is key. And I think that's what I can say. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Councillor Fumi. Thank you. That leads nicely into what I'd like to, again, bring to this conference and to the concept of Voices of Peace. I'm an advocate for human rights education. And many people say, I know my human rights. Oh yeah, human rights. But many people don't actually know you have 30 human rights per the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And what we're doing is we've produced this small book, and it's What Are Your Human Rights? And this is a fantastic education tool for young people. It doesn't matter what culture you are, where you come from, any orientation, anyone can learn this stuff. And what learning this stuff does is that you actually know, we are all born free and equal. No slavery, no torture, don't discriminate. These things are the essence of human rights. And human rights, you don't have to just know them, you have to live them. You have to apply them in your life. Like, don't say you know your rights and then go and discriminate against a guy in your office or in your school. So knowing these rights, really knowing them and applying them and living them. They are a living action thing. Human rights are not for books. They're not for some big placard that people sign. They're a living action which can bring about true peace and equality on this planet. Thank you.
Now, thank you so much for that, because I also do believe that cultural norms, it creates an environment in which violence can grow. So we definitely need to change the environment on cultural norms, and education is key. And just listening to the other panel before about education, I think that is key. Now we come to my next question. Social media, a blessing or a curse? You know, social media has become both a platform for empowerment and a space where gender-based harm can spread rapidly. The digital world magnifies our voices, but also vulnerabilities. So my question is, how is social media reshaping the scale of and nature of gender-based harm, especially in young girls and women?
Thank you. You look dazzling, by the way. I was meaning to tell you that before. Social media, is it a blessing or a curse? A curse. Why?
Because it's changing our youth into becoming very dependent on it.
Dependent.
A bit like having a drug.
Yeah, it is.
So their image,
Withdrawals.
Yeah, and their image is very dependent upon
Yeah.
how many likes they
Unrealistic expectations. It is. So the issue is now we cannot simply tell people to stay off social media. That in itself is unrealistic. What we need to do is we need to be teaching, again, comes back round to education. We need We need to be teaching people how to stay safe. Teaching, I think I've seen some booklets about online safety and things like that. You know, I think recently they've just changed the law, haven't they? They've lowered the age of is it 16 next year? There we go. But I think even for 16 and above, I know I'm waffling a little bit. It's been a long day, guys. But we need to, teach online safety. Like those guys. Thanks.
Social media. Yes, parents, we are not in agreement with social media. And the reason being is that we really don't have the time to sort of supervise, oversee, check what the kids are doing on social media. And to some of us who might have the time to check on what our kids are doing on social media, we are uneducated about social media. So everything boils down to education. We need that sensitization, we need that awareness, we need that knowledge to be able to understand how to checkmate what the kids are doing. You might be in the living room with them, watching TV, they are on their phone doing something incredible that you will be shocked to realize what they're doing. So it boils down to education. We need more time, create that time for our kids, especially single parents. We need a support network. When you're at work, you probably need uncle, aunties. And nowadays, aunties are terrible, uncles are terrible, but then at the end of the day, we need that education, we need that support. We've seen families where aunties have been, incredibly bad to the kids and uncles. So, but then we have to check and balance what we do. So education, in the end, is still the key. We need to understand what the kids are doing on social media.
I just have one thing to say. Whilst social media can be demonized, social media can also be used by all of us, with all of our groups and all the messages we're pushing, like the peace, time for peace, human rights, homelessness, modern slavery. Well, let's use social media for our benefit. Let's get on those platforms and create big followers, or whatever it is that they call it, you know, a big following, and let's actually push the positive information to counteract a lot of the negative messages that are pushed through social media.
Thank you. Well, that was great, because I also believe that social media is a blessing, because it helps us do so many things. But at the same time, I think education, and I feel family values as well. I must say that, because I remember when we were growing up, we had to sit at the table and talk about your week and everything you've seen or learned over the week. And I believe there's more talking, because some of the kids are growing up in isolation, and we can't solely blame social media, though there needs to be policies in place, you know. And that brings me nicely onto my next question. Youth for action and equality. How can we empower our youth to bring change? Because they're the advocates for change and equality. And in our time now, it's been so good where we've had a lot of youth mayors. So what do you think youth can do? How can we get them more involved? And how can we empower them to be a part of the change we need to see?
I think with the young people, you know, young people are so intelligent. They really are. They're so switched on and they're so knowledgeable. And we really need to tap into their, you know, their skill and their intelligence and ask them to help create these programs and these platforms. Like, what do they want to say? How do they want to lead? And what are their ideas and opinions? And we need to take hold of that and empower that. And give them platforms, maybe in our churches, maybe in our community centers, maybe in our, you know, whatever you're doing, even in the workplace. That would be my answer.
Okay, I think I'll talk about generational blessings, where we adults leave that legacy for young people. And I'm a fan of legacy and precedence. I work with young people, as you know, and I'm very passionate about working with them. But one thing I realize young people of today's generation do is that they tend to show less interest in what we adults do. The reason being is that they feel we don't understand. There's a particular culture that they think we do not understand. Myself being a Nigerian, and my daughter or my kids, they will say, oh, Mom, you can't understand because they were born here. I was brought up in Africa, and I came here, got confused in the middle of a new culture, a new integration, a new environment. So what I do is just to make sure I familiarize myself with the system that I live in so that I can be a role model to my children. And I think if we are able to do that and able to pass what we gain from our parents that got us to where we are today and pass it to the kids, young people, I believe we'll be able to pass that and build that generational blessings. Thank you.
See, this is where we can use social media for a positive influence. Unfortunately, young people these days trust famous internet influencers more than they do trusted adults. So we need to get Nicola on TikTok doing whipping and nay-naying, innit? Just spreading positive messages online. This is it. Everyone's, you know, there's a lot of people spreading hate online, so this is where big groups of people can spread positivity. But this is where, again, we can use social media for the positive. Thank you.
No, that was great. Like I said, dialogue, I believe, is our tool to empower the youth. They want to talk, surprisingly. You know, I know I don't look it, but I'm a glamour. I'm a glamour, and my grandson comes home. He will tell good, bad, or ugly. He will talk to me about it. And sometimes I'm shocked, but I have to hold it in and explain. So I strongly believe that dialogue is key. And my next and final question, my favorite one, gender equality is not just a women issue. It is a societal one. Men and boys are vital to roles to play as allies. They are our advocates. They're also change makers. What role should men and boys play as allies to advancing gender equality? Because with the understanding of men, I think we can all do this job together. So what's your idea and take on male allyship?
Okay.
I'll go last on this question.
Okay. I think there's a need for paradigm shift. There's a need for a mindset sort of rechanneling to 24th century. 50s men were breadwinners, protectors, probably bankers in charge of money, decide what to give to their wives, kids, family. We're in 2026, I believe. And if we can shift from the 50s to 2026, I think we will be able to do something. And also, like I said, collective responsibility, and then making it to be some sort of partnership, different agencies, church, not only church, faith groups, working with different agencies across, the world, globe, London, England. Let's move the news out there. Gender equality, what role can you play? And I think we could do quite a lot with that if we are able to work in partnership with this Church of Scientology, with himself, yourself, Nela, the Queen Mother, all of us, Nicola, every one of us. I think we have a key role to play in this. And then once we are able to do so, I think we should be able to achieve what we all aim to see. United Nations want to see this positive change by 2030, 17 sustainable goals. Whether by that time we are in 2026, we have 4 years to go. Can we achieve 17 sustainable goals by then? Can we push to achieve 10 out of 17? At least that we would sort of achieve something. Yeah, it's all about partnership, I think. Can I pass the baton now?
It's a real hard one, isn't it? Because, from a male perspective, I can't speak on behalf of every man. I'm quite fortunate that my brain is wired to be quite, neutral. Did someone just say neutral there? Thank you. Thank you very much. That was the word I was definitely looking for. From my point of view, I think it's what men can do better is stopping misogynistic jokes, for one. I bet if I was to ask everyone in the room who in their life has said, boys will be boys, put your hand up. Boys will be boys. Yeah. Okay. Which men in the room have seen a woman park in a car park really badly and go, women drivers? Hey, honest men. See, there we go. No one lynch them afterwards. It's only light-hearted. It's little things like that, and we're having a laugh and a joke about it because we're in the situation where we can. But on a serious note, it's little things. That's where it starts, and I'm sure we'll make a conscious effort not to do it anymore, right? We've made a change already. See, he's a feminist at heart. So again, I'll wrap it up because I know it's been a long day, but it's just a case of working together. Unity. If we all work together in today's society, then we can live in a better world. And that's the whole point of this event today, is to promote world peace. You know, and I've been thinking about what Timothy said all day about, you know, time for world peace. Yeah, time for world peace. So, yeah, it's been a pleasure being on the panel today. I'll pass it back over now, but if you see something you don't like, see it, say it. Yes.
I don't really know if I can... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Bloody male drivers.
That's funny. The man said he can't park himself a car, in case you couldn't hear it over there. I don't really know if I can follow what Chris said, but I think a really simple thing that, you know, can improve the male allies and view in the world is just actually granting life. Do you know what I mean? Like your wife makes a really nice dinner and you actually say, wow, that tasted fantastic. Or, you know, you're in the workplace and you validate the work of a woman. Or supporting women in the workplace. But really, I think one other thing I want to say is we should be given opportunities as women, but we should be given those opportunities because we have the skill base. Not just because you are a woman and, you know, gender equality, but because you actually are good enough to do that job. Therefore, you should be given the opportunity for the interview, you should be given the opportunity for the apprenticeship, and when they're looking at all of these CVs, it's like, don't push the women to one side because they're a woman. Oh, they might have children, or they might not be there, or they might get sick, or, you know, the list is endless. It's those, we should be treated equally on the basis of our skill, our intelligence, and our ability on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, yeah. But on the issue of male allyships, I think, yeah. Oh. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. No, that's definitely true. But no, it's true. I said. But thinking about male allies, we do need more male allies because, and also, not being not trying to disrespect, but I think men also need education. Because when you think of it at home, I mean, how many women here have had to leave the kids with the men just to get them to understand how much work we have to do at home? I did. You know, it shouldn't be that drastic because I also remember there was one time when I had my daughter. My husband couldn't understand that I was waiting for him to come home just to relieve me. And I had to go to his office and put the pushchair there and walk off. He didn't know how to close the pushchair. And from that, now it became compromise. We talk about hours. But I also believe that with male allies, if men understand women better and the issues we go through and what we can bring to the table, it would make a difference. You know, and I can also say, as part of UPF, we also, that's Universal Peace Federation, we've now opened a group called MAGE, Men Against Gender Equality. So if there's, well, it's 4 against, because we want the men to be part of it so that we can make a difference. We want that group of men to come together and go out there and make a difference in the offices and wherever we go. So if anybody wants to join, please see me, and I'll get you on to the group. And just over to you, sir. Yeah.
In fact, they have so much of become, yes, I am equal. In fact, women believe that they are more than the men at the moment. Don't get me wrong, but they believe and they actually act like that. But honestly, I believe we are all equal. God created us equal. So I don't see why women so much demanding. Not to be, then again, God created the men in a certain way, a bit powerful than the women are. We have to be acceptable to it. But then again, the women are definitely treated equally as the men. We all, to me personally, definitely, Chris would agree with me that. Thank you.
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
so I don't want to take time. Thank you.
We need more men like you, but I disagree with you there. 64% of the rules are against women. So if we had every man thinking like you, sir, we won't be here today, sir. But we definitely do need male allies. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Okay, I'm going to say just one thing. I was brought up in a family where men and women are treated equal, going back even 100 years, where the women ran the companies. And that could be part of my religion, because we were taught, I'm a Sikh. And I'm the head of my clan, even when my father was alive. So I like to say sometimes I have sat in organizations where women organizations, we were the first one when I was in the civil service, we wanted women to be working the same length of time as men, which has backfired in some ways, right? Which I wish I could retire at 60, but I had to wait till 67. And what I notice, especially among ethnic women, when they have daughters, all right, it's fine. But when they have a son after
Don't get
3,
me
4
wrong.
daughters,
Please keep the time.
Okay,
Time is
no.
going. Please.
And so the women automatically give preference to the sons, so give them the wrong impression. It's like, oh no, he can't cook, he can't clean. My grandsons, my brother, my husband, we all did the same jobs. If I was late from work, he did the cooking, he did the cleaning. If he was, same way. So it's our responsibility as women to treat our children equally. That's where the fault lays.
No, thank you for that comment, but it also comes down to...
Thank you, Lorna. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Please.
Done.
Yeah. Kid Pest need to leave. There are few programs.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to thank my panelists and thank you, the audience, for participating. That was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm sorry it's a little bit late, and also we have to rush a little bit. I know that everyone waiting for a long time. Keith Best, please welcome. We are going to hand over some work. Nicola, please. Can you play the Small Rob's work? Can you play it right now, please? This is the work we have done last 2 years. Not last 2 years, almost 20 years. Everyone may understand what's the meaning of Small Robes. Keith Best, please. Come, please. And also, Duchess, please come. Call.
Okay, Your Highness, thank you.
Please come. Small Drops team, please come here. Small Drops team, Nandini, please come. Tibaran sir, please come. Mahendranji, please come. Counselor, please come. We are going to give up policy today. If you could please give to this one to the Education Ministry, and we are going to send a copy. Nicola, please carry on with it.
Yeah. Thank you. You should just tell about this. Will you explain the content of it?
No, we don't need to. We don't have the time.
No, okay. Yeah. We'd just like to present this copy to be submitted to the government.
Yeah,
the education.
government.
Yeah. It's a very in-depth document, and we'd be very grateful if this could be enacted into action.
Yeah. This is a policy name. Nicola, you can read this policy name, please.
Sorry.
So, dedicated to whom?
Small Drops and Team, Voices for Peace and Harmony.
Mic close.
The 5th of July 2026, a submission to the United Kingdom, the Ministry of Education, a policy proposal. Small Drops Integrated System Framework for Educational Autonomy and Structural Vulnerability. And its delegate is Captain Miller Elam Tamil, that died the 5th of July 1987. It's a memory, this document, after him. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to give this policy. So I'm going to give this policy. Please, if you could able to submit this on the Education Department. Also, I will send an email to them. If I can do something for the council here, is the Brent councillor is already here. There's a Labour Party, Reform Party, Conservative Party. All other parties are here. We are just trying to give this policy, and please take it forward. Thank you. This is the dedication for the Voices for Peace of Harmony. Actually, we gave the policy from Small Drops. I'm the person he written, and there are some dedicated people who supported me. There are the Dr. Jonathan Morley, Keith Best, and Dr. Nicola Harrington, and Dr. Abdul Muhammad Diwale. So I learned from a lot of people, and just I tried to do something for the society, for the people, for the education. Thank you so much. And I really want to ask some of the people I've seen in my life. I start my life like 1999 for the people-centric works. In my journey, I met few extraordinary people. I just want to honor them. Even they don't know who I am calling them. So just I want to do my thanking for them. So the first person I would like to call, Manogari Sri Skandaraja. She's the one, when I call her any support, he used to do that. She's such a wonderful person, working for society for a long period. Mrs. Manogari Sri Skandaraja, please come forward. And I would like to ask Keith Best if you can give this. And second one, Jiva Kumar, Jiva Ganeshan, is he here? Jiva Ganeshan? I think they came here and they left just. And I would like to call Timothy, please. I really want to invite you. I have really impressed with your work. So such a wonderful person who's working for the society. Oh. Thank you so much. And Jokanath and Sokalingam, please come forward. So other one, honestly speaking, there are a number of people, they are not available here right now. So what I am going to do, Stephanie is here or she left? She just left. Actually, I would like to give one document for Stephanie. If you could please hand over to her, please. And Fazana, please, welcome. I knew her very recently, but I could see how they are working hard. And I am really honored for their work. And Victoria, please. See, whenever I seen this woman, she always come forward and helping to us. So that's the reason I thought I need to tell, even if she doesn't know anything, I'm going to give a certificate. So thank you so much, Nicola. Victoria, please come. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. And is a dance master is available right now? He's gone. Okay, that's fine. Because I want to give them then. Ian Parker, please could you come over here? You are very busy there. That's the reason I didn't call you. But he is going to get a certificate because he is working 60 years. See, still he is working for society. We have to recognize this. We have to recognize this. Please. So some of the people are very close with small drops, so I don't want to really give the certificate for them. But I thought that, see, some people may think that, oh, they are just giving the certificate for their own people. You know, that's the reason why I thought like, okay, I don't want to give our people because they are really with me always. That's the reason. So don't get me wrong, why she didn't give the certificate for us, because I don't want to encourage my own people, honestly speaking, right? So one more person, I really want to call her. I don't know her name very briefly. I think the lady, she came with their children, you know, the special child. Sorry? No, that lady. You. I really want to call her because she got a special child, Nidarsha. She's working hard for her daughter. And whenever I call her, she used to come and help me. So I really want to give the honor for her as well. Elsa, please welcome. I know this lady last 1 year. She's working really hard to the community, especially she came from Portugal. She's working for Stop Human Trafficking. So I thought that she has to be recognized. Thank you, darling. Okay. Thank you so much, my dear, and everyone. There are the 2 young people. The mother, she was hardworking. I would like to call her. I don't know her name properly. Rahini, please come. Because of your children, you are really honored. You are doing something for the society. So I would like to invite you here. So this is nothing like, you know, each and every parents, they are working hard with their children. Especially they are grow up. They are look after them well. So these are the honor I would like to give them. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, but I just want to tell mother, because we always encourage the young children. We don't look after their mother who is behind working for them. So that's the reason why I really call them and give to them. And Nicola, I just want to ask you, please call that beautiful voice today. You know, your colleague, your friend. You know, the voice was killing us. Yes. Please.
Oh, sorry. Mia Columba. Sorry, Mia. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I feel honored to be part of this voice, this wonderful voice for peace and harmony, and to stop this traffic of modern slavery and everything. I feel really honored. Thank you so much.
I would like to call Noah's mom. See, as a boy, he's just 13 years old, I think. How he's dancing, how many work behind that. That's the reason I really honor that. Please clap your hands. That's only you can get it. Okay. And when I call, so I don't even know his name properly. He's from UPF. Please come forward. See, whenever I call him, he said like, I'm coming, Nila, I'm coming. So I thought that these are the people, you know. Even I don't know their name very properly, and they are coming. This is the way. This is the way we need to work. Elizabeth, last night I called her and she said she's going to come with her the cultural things. I said, it's fine. Elizabeth, please. She doesn't know. Look at it. She asked, it's me? It's me? Because last year when I went with ICPN, International Children Peace Network, how many times she took us through her vehicle and we drive everywhere. Even though last year I went to the Remembrance Day, she's the one who took me that Excel Hall. So this is the way we are working. See, people just supporting somehow, even though they don't know what they are doing. So I really want to honor them. This is my small drops work. Thank you so much, Keith Best. See, when I call him, such a wonderful man, honestly, I can't give the certificate for him because he's beyond me and he's doing really well. So, honestly, so thank you so much, Keith Best. And if you can, all come together, the certificates people front and people are behind, so it's better. So we can take a picture. Please come forward. So, other way around. The chairs, can we put some chairs, please? You can sit in the front and people can sit, yeah. Please, the certificates, people, please sit. So I think, okay, our team. I didn't see Dama Auntie, she's my team. I don't want to call her. Don't think like, oh, I didn't get a certificate because she's from Small Drops. I can't call anyone from Small Drops and giving the certificate. I'm so sorry. Front. Yeah, thank you. It's okay. Thank you. So this is the one. Lona, where are you? You are not Small Drops team? Lona Mara? I don't remember. Lona, please come in. Should I give her a certificate as well? She did a great job. No, she can't get any certificate, sorry.
She's part of it.
She's part of our family. Oh, my family, you come please here. So he's a Small Drop guy who's working all the editing and everything, young lad. I will give the certificate, but not now. I will give you privately, okay? So, Nicola, if you can just give that young lad, my dear, please. That's from Nicola. Jake. So he did really... So hold your certificates. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, can everyone come here so we can take a picture? Please come together.
Everybody come together. This side, please. We take a big picture. Only the cameraman.
And there are one songs here. The song singers, please. This is your song time.
Young man. Everybody come. The princess.
Fortune, please come forward, my dear.
She's also princess, right?
Princess Fortune.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Cheese.
Everyone's in it. I'm video. His picture is not going to get all of us in it because it's on an angle. You can see it.
Are you good photographer? Yeah, she is.
Let's look in one camera. Which camera are we looking? Yeah, the one in the... He's on an angle.
Look everywhere.
We'll stand behind you. Somewhere else to take.
ஓட தேங்க்ஸோட முடிச்சிடுவோம் இன்னும் இதுக்காண்டு கேட்டு
Nicola,
Excuse me, everybody. Can I just very quickly, before everybody dashes off, Her Highness Grace Aganda would like to say a few words before you all leave, and it's very important what she has to say. Thank you.
Bayete, the response is Bayete. Bayete. I know the hour is late, but I'm in a posture of gratitude. The scripture says, in all things we give thanks. And in about 1 or 2 minutes, thank you for the opportunity. I would like, firstly, on behalf of IDO Network International and the wider IDO Global Royal Community, the Global Africa Diaspora Kingdoms, standing under the leadership of His Highness Papa Paul John Zeganda, extend our appreciation to Small Drops for such a beautiful, fantastic event. Could we please give them another round of applause? This indeed is the day that the Lord has made, and we have rejoiced and be glad in it. By God's grace and mercy, I've had the opportunity to be a part of several such programs, and I will, without a shadow of a doubt, say that, yes, indeed, this was a space of peace, it was a space of harmony, and it was an excellent, brilliant, exemplary program. Another round of applause to the organizers. Equally important, I would like to appreciate our dear sister, our ambassador, Her Excellency, Dr. Nicola, for extending this invitation to IDO Network International. Thank you very much. There's so much more I would love to say, but as an organization that is anchored under 3 pillars, 1 is business, because that is a foundation through which we thrive. 2 is culture, because that is literally who we are. And finally, human rights. It's been an honor for us to collaborate and work with Small Drops, and we look forward to working together even as we move forward. Bayete! Peace and blessings. Thank you very much. One love.
Thank you. That's my honor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
May I finally, in 1 second, take place in 1 second, if I may? In 1 second, if I may. In IDO, we move as a team. My brothers and sisters, thank you very much. We move as a team, and with me, I did not move alone. I came along with IDO senior leadership. If I may, in 1 second, in 2-3 seconds, introduce them. I've got with me Queen Mother Nante among the first, please. Just wave, Namanse. Also with us, she is our events manager. Also with us is our director of programs, Princess Christina Cheger. Could we please recognize her? And also, just by my side here, is our finance director, Princess Asio. Asio, she's instilled in Africa, so that's why she's got the African name, Asio Gillian. Please, another round of applause to them. Thank you so much for standing together. And a better one for yourselves. You've done all fantastic. Bayete! Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Small Drops really, they did something. There are drops really in the sea right now. I think it's move forward, move forward. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So now it's the final. We are here. Tamilerin Taham. Tamilerin Taham. Can you repeat this in Tamil? Tamilerin Taham. Tamilerin Taham. Tamilerin Taham. Thank you. Thank you. So with your support, we could achieve our nation, Tamileelam. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
ga ga pa pa sari ga sari ga sari sari ga pa gari sari ga sari sari ga pa gari sari ga அமுதே தமிழே அழகிய மொழியே எனதுயிரே அமுதே தமிழே அழகிய மொழியே எனதுயிரே சுகம் பல தரும் தமிழ் பா சுகம் பல தரும் தமிழ் பா சுவையோடு கவிதைகள் தா சுவையோடு கவிதைகள் தா தமிழே நாளும் நீ பாடு தமிழே நாளும் நீ பாடு அமுதே தமிழே அழகிய மொழியே எனதுயிரே அமுதே தமிழே அழகிய மொழியே எனதுயிரே Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.